Hello everyone, Santier here. Welcome to my Guild Wars 1 stream. Happy New Year to all y'all, and happy Winter's Day as well. So, today begins the lore playthrough of... I'm going to leave this party here. Today begins the lore playthrough of Guild Wars Beyond. So, for those who may be unfamiliar with Guild Wars Beyond, this was a bunch of content that was, well, a bunch is maybe a bit strong, but this was content that was released following, you can see I still have Winter's Day stuff from last time, following the transition from, okay, let me try to figure out how I want to frame this. So, Guild Wars Eye of the North comes out in, 2007? And so most of ArenaNet, the developers who make Guild Wars, went off to work on Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 2 development. So they still, however, left a group, the live team as they were referred to keep doing stuff with Guild Wars 1. Keep doing skill balance patches and all that sort of stuff. Another thing, however, that they did was they implemented something called Guild Wars Beyond. So Guild Wars Beyond is very different from previous content that came before. I guess you could say it's a little bit more in the vein of Eye of the North in terms of being 4 level 20 characters and adding on. But it, because they didn't have sort of the map making capability, they did do... Did they do any sort of map tweaks? They used maps that already existed differently in some cases with some of the Guild Wars Beyond content. But it takes place in already existing regions. There are 3 parts to Guild Wars Beyond. There's the War in Kryta, there's the Winds of Change, and there's Hearts of the North. So the first of those is what we'll be focusing on first. I'm a little bit unsure of how I want to do the order because of a character that shows up in Hearts of the North, as well as Winds of Change. But I think I may just kind of go through it in order rather than try to... I don't know. I don't know what would be best. There is a lot of ambient dialogue that'll kind of show up where you walk into a zone and you walk across some NPCs and they just start chatting. Why did I not stack these eggnogs? And they just start chatting about stuff that's going on, which is really cool. I'm not necessarily going to try to hunt down every single one of those, but I am going to seek to do all of the quests related to the particular pieces of content. And yeah, so it'll be across a couple characters. This guy's going to do, Rex Templars here is going to do the War in Kryta and Hearts of the North. And Girudo Senso is going to do Winds of Change. So, any other things that I want to mention? One of the big notable things that this does is it basically like remixes enemies. So you'll be in a lot of Krytan maps, for example, for the War in Kryta, and it will not have the standard enemies anymore. It will have a new set of enemies, or sometimes it'll be an addition. Or modifications, but it basically redoes enemy compositions. One of the things that's really important about this is that these enemy compositions that they added, this was made for experienced players, right? Because at this point of time in the game's lifetime, it was like not actively seeking acquisition per se. Like you're always happy as any sort of content creator for new people to find your content and to fall in love with it and like it. But Guild Wars Beyond was sort of a transitional period, setting stuff up for what happened in Guild Wars 2, and also just kind of trying to add more content for the existing player base than it was adding content for newer players. What this means is that the builds that the enemies use in Guild Wars Beyond are significantly more competent and more nuanced and more interesting in many regards than what you're going to encounter in sort of the base game. There are some ramifications of this, but basically what it means for this playthrough is I'm not going to do any sort of build restrictions or anything like that. The point of those restrictions was generally to try to give more of a first-time experience through a lot of the stuff that I did. Try to give more of a new player experience. I think it's reasonable to say that by the time Guild Wars Beyond came out, a lot of the player base was already set up and geared to go and ready to kind of handle things. So I don't particularly feel a need to try to duplicate that somehow or in some way. Because, that's kind of the state that you get into. So I don't feel a need to have sort of restrictions to try to give a flavor of what if this was a newer experience. So, anything else coming to mind? I feel like that kind of covers a lot of it. Now, War in Kryta does have a part sort of at the beginning that expects you to have done a couple of things already. So we're going to actually start with those. And the first of them is actually over here in my book. It is the Golem User Manual. Now, I got this when I acquired MOX, who I might as well add to my party as soon as I can find him. He's at the bottom, so I don't know. I don't know why dervishes are at the bottom. That's just the order. Like, the professions are not ordered alphabetically. They're ordered warrior, ranger, monk, necromancer, mesmer, elementalist, assassin, ritualist, paragon, and dervish. So, I will be using MOX. His bar doesn't matter for this part, though. So the Golem User Manual, double-click to read. To run the Golem tutorial simulation and receive your mission from Zinn, click the Enter Mission button inside the book. MOX must be in your party, and you must be inside an outpost to run the tutorial. If you lose your Golem User Manual, you can acquire a new one from Zinn in his secret underground lair. Boy, howdy, do you not want to have to do that. Okay, so the Golem User Manual, MOX. If you're reading this, you have met the parameters to activate MOX. My name is Zinn. I am the foremost Golemancer in the world. Certainly far more advanced than my former mentor, Ula. She is a child compared to my great intellect. Holding me back, she was. Told me my ideas were unethical. Pah. I struck out on my own, leaving her only that simpleton Blimm to assist her. Until recently, my business thrived. I cultivated an impeccable reputation, manufacturing custom golems, and I will not allow some minor difficulties to destroy everything I have built. You see, I am trapped by my own genius, a prisoner to my greatness. In short, I am forced to request the assistance of lesser beings. The job. That's what started this whole fiasco. My entire business has been built on the backs of eccentric clients, so it never even occurred to me to turn away the stranger when he appeared. He had a most curious request, but again, I was not about to refuse a paying customer, so I obliged the dastardly fellow. He even brought along a custom power crystal to be used in the construction of a golem. This perhaps should have raised a red flag, but free parts are free parts, especially when I can still charge full price. But I swear, had I known the extent of the evil to which I was contributing, I would have halted the construction immediately, or at least built in more safeguards. As it was, I labored for weeks on end to complete what, in my hubris, I believed was my ultimate masterpiece. But in my hour of greatness, that masterpiece became my downfall. Ah, and a sir recognizing their own hubris. What an unusual thing to occur. As I set aside my tools and turned to survey my work, the ROX golem powered up unexpectedly. To my horror, the great beast snatched me up, and the stranger appeared from out of nowhere to inform me that I was now under his control. He left ROX, or ROX, to watch me as I continued working on 2 other commissioned works, but with certain modifications. In due time, I completed these other 2 golems in the image of Rox, their true master. However, even with Rox watching my every move, I was able to outwit the malevolent machine. The great Zinn shall not be slighted without retribution. I prolonged completion while secretly modifying one of my other projects, the MOX golem. He is now my greatest creation. I was even able to synchronize multiple power crystals for a single purpose. Yes, MOX is the first dual-core golem in existence. Unfortunately, I had to salvage parts from an earlier golem named G.O.X, including his power crystal. I replaced it with an older, slightly damaged crystal of questionable origins, which has caused some strange behaviors, but that is beside the point. So, MOX, I don't know if this is supposed to stand for, like, G.O.X or anything in ROX, etc., in-universe. MOX feels like it's a reference to the Moxen from Magic the Gathering, which are artifacts that produced mana and could therefore be considered somewhat similar to the power core of a golem. Your mission. I have no doubt you take great comfort in knowing that the mightiest golem ever created is now in your possession. However, MOX comes with a price. You may keep the golem, but you must complete a small task of grave importance for me. While slaving away for Rox's mysterious master, I was able to discern their sinister plot. Both golems I was forced to assemble have a hidden singular purpose: assassination. And these particular assassinations will surely create chaos in the three great kingdoms of Tyria. Within days of arriving at their destinations, hidden directives programmed into the Pox and Nox golems will activate, and they will move to fulfill their missions. Nox will kill his owner, Prince Boca, and then move on the other princes of Vabi. Pox will make haste to the Imperial Sanctum and do away with Emperor Kisu. In addition, the evil Rox has stolen every spare golem in my lab and marched out toward the Temple of the Ages to kill Princess Salma. These things must not happen. My entire reputation depends on it. Thus, I offer you Mox in good faith, expecting you to use him to preserve my reputation and save the great nobles of the world. So here we get the basic setup. Zinn was basically forced to... Well, he created a golem, the Rox golem, and then was basically forced into making the Nox and Pox golems that are going to go and assassinate various leaders throughout the world. The lair. If, however, owning the single most advanced Asuran golem ever created is not enough of a prize to entice you to do the right thing, I am also prepared to pay you quite handsomely should you visit me in my secret underground lair upon completion of this task. Bring Mox with you, as he will be able to bypass the security protocols. Of course, I cannot reveal the location of my lair should this gift fall into the wrong hands, so you'll have to strain that pea-sized intellect of yours and discover my location on your own. I include one hint: stop when it hurts. The lair is at the end of the falls. We'll get to that. So this enter mission button will take us to get the quest to save Zinn's reputation. We have to bring exactly Mox with us. No more, no less. If you have anyone else with you, you will not be able to enter mission. But if you don't have Mox with you, you will also not be able to enter mission. This here serves as the tutorial for heroes. You can see the Maguma Jungle theme, although we're now in Boreal Station. So, whatever. So here we have the image of Zinn, and we have our familiar area location markers. Hello, Zinn.
You aren't from around here.
This is a difficulty master quest. It's an image of Zinn, actually. It's not Zinn himself. I don't know. They could maybe have added some textures, but... Nope, same Ellie. Also, hello, Micro GW. Just in a different armor set. And with a quest acceptance thing covering his head. So the image of Zinn says, to preserve Zinn's reputation, as well as the great kingdoms of Tyria, you must find and deactivate the Rox, Nox, and Pox golems. Our reward for doing this is 50,000 experience, 10 platinum, 10 automaton summoning stones, and 10 sinister automatonics. So that's quite nice. I'm doing relatively well. Happy New Year. Saving Asuran's reputation. What a noble cause I'm in. So at this point, we can leave. He does have a bunch of additional dialogue here. This is all just like how to hero. So I'm not going to read this because I don't need to run through the Golem tutorial simulation, which will teach us how to use flags and stuff. I've already seen enough how to do hero things already. So we want to leave now. Apparently I was in the Gate of Anguish, so that's great. I was just getting Raza, probably. My guild hall is going to make it a lot easier to get out of here. Okay, so now we have our mission, which is... Actually, you know what? Sure, let's go back, because I do... It doesn't matter what order you do these in. If you see the quest, we just need to retrieve the power crystal for all 3 of these golems. And then we need to go visit him. So, and how this connects to Guild Wars Beyond will become apparent when we're at the end. Or when I've finished it. I don't know that this is strictly speaking necessary to do, but I feel like it is appropriate, so I am doing so. Okay, the first one of these, of course, is to go help with Prince Baka the Magnificent. At this point, I want to add some heroes, so let's grab Sure, Norgu, you can come along. This part's not too particularly difficult. Okay, obviously Mox needs a bar. I'll give him one in a moment. Elias, that bar is actually a really bad idea here. Yeah, I know I was doing stuff to focus on the fact that I had a bunch of physical attackers. Let's see, maybe Master of Whispers is a better idea. I mean, probably. Okay, I'm not quite sure what I 100% want to do with Mox. Let's do something. Let's make him Starburst. I feel like doing Starburst Mox. Okay, I think I'm going to go grab him some runes, and then we will get started with actually doing things. I don't know. How much are Dervish runes going for these days? It's one of those things that can be all over the place. Dervish being considered one of the better professions in the game for like solo play can make some of their stuff kind of expensive. But we shall see. Sure, we'll go with Soup Scythe, Minor Mysticism. That isn't too bad. Cost-wise. Wow, Blessed is expensive. I'm just gonna get him some Radiant Insignia. 3, 4, 5. Okay. With that done, I believe he's wielding... Yeah, the Scythe is not amazing, but it's perfectly reasonable. Let's get him kitted out. So I'll be bringing Mox for these Mox-themed quests. You don't know if you have to bring them? I don't think so. But it feels appropriate, so I'm going to. Golem stompers. Golem legs, golem arms, golem body, golem head. He's made of golem parts. I don't know what anybody would be expecting otherwise. Sure, that'll work. Resurrection Signet's not a bad idea. I want Radiant Scythe. I always want Radiant Scythe, though, it seems. Starburst. Flamejin's Haste. I do like a Flamejin's Haste on Dervish. Reasonably well. I don't know, Starburst is not necessarily the most powerful thing, but it's a lot of fun. So why not, I say. A little hard to understand what some skills do in this mode sometimes, just because, or in the guild hall, just because it is a PvP zone. So that makes all of your skills PvP versions, which is not necessarily the same as what they would be if they weren't PvP versions. Ore Slicer's not actually a bad idea here, just because cracked armor is quite useful. And that inflicts cracked armor. Obviously, it's relying on Flamejin's Haste or like Monk Enchantment or something, but... Let's see. Yeah, there's enough physical attackers that Barbs is probably fine. Actually, you know what? I see Norgu has... I have got enough weakened armor that actually would be super redundant, so I'm not going to bother with that. You know what? Let's just go with some other adrenaline attack. Crippling Victory. You know what? That's fine. That'll work. Okay. Master of Whispers is mostly alright. I think I'd like to give you Rip Enchantment more than that, though. Feel like the rest of this is mostly okay. General Morgan I want to have... I don't think I'm going to need to dismiss condition here, so I'm going to drop that, and I want to give him incoming fallback. So that's part of why I have him here. I don't mind him having Spirit Bond, though. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I actually like having Mend Ailment as a pairing to Peace and Harmony here. Hey, Fear, good to see you. Happy New Year. And I'm fine with what I'm doing. Okay, let's go ahead and see about saving Prince Boca the Magnificent from his golem. And maybe not running into walls. That would be good. Yeah, it'll be interesting to go through it. There's a bunch of stuff. Funny enough, I was looking at screenshots the other day. This is quite the other day. But anyway, I was looking at some screenshots from that I had lying around, and there's like, oh wow, I did not remember this quest from Winds of Change. So it'll be interesting to see some of that stuff when I get there, because there's a bunch of quests there that I haven't done that are like side quests, not part of the main story. That'll be interesting. Just to repeat some stuff that I said off the top, because I know that was almost more for the VODs, because it takes a while for people to show up sometimes. But my plan is not necessarily to hunt down every bit of ambient dialogue, but to try to do like all of the quests and to like read the ambient dialogue as it comes up. And I'm starting off with, I know, right? But I'm starting off with doing MOX, and there's also the... I feel like I'm forgetting something about how this works. I think I just... Do I talk to Prince Baca? And the initial part in the Eye of the North area. I'll talk about that more when I get to that. We're starting off here with MOX. I feel like I just talked to Prince Baca, but I don't legitimately remember. Baca Boca? I don't know. How should that O be pronounced? No? Oh, I know what's going on. Zinn's task is the overarching quest. Yeah, so it'll be MOX, the, I don't know, the picnic quest? Quest chain? I don't know what you want to call it. Good deed. And then War and Kryta, probably Winds of Change, and then Beyond. Let's see, was it Pox that was coming here? No, Nox. That's it. I had the overarching quest selected instead of the individual quest for deactivating this golem, which meant that I didn't have a quest marker, and I forgot how the quest worked. Yay. That's why I was feeling confused. But I was kind of wondering about trying to intersperse some stuff with Hearts of the North and Winds of Change, but I don't think I'm going. I'm not sure if I'm going to or not. I still have time to figure that out. I hope this is important. Prince Baca keeps me quite busy, so ask yourself if your little distractions are more important than my tasks. Prince Baca is in grave danger. You must tell me where he is at once. Danger? Ridiculous. Prince Baca is loved by all. No one would even think of harming him. Now be gone and speak no more of this supposed danger. The prince's new toy, Nox, is programmed to assassinate him. Take me to Baca before it's too late. You mean that golem that arrived this morning? Preposterous. It came from a most reputable source, the great CERN inventor Zinn. I assure you Prince Baca is quite safe. Zinn sent me to protect Prince Baca. Take me to him now unless you want to be blamed for his death. All right, I'll take you to Prince Baca. Are you ready to leave? We were ready when we got here. If you're finally ready, we're ready. Don't just stand there. Save me. Save me. So now we have... This set of quests is basically just a bunch of boss fights. I say that, but... The golems are very tanky. Acquiring target, Prince Baka. Like, very tanky. So it takes a while. They also have a bunch of like custom skills and stuff. It's actually pretty thorough. And you probably need to make sure Prince Baka doesn't die. I forget when this part was released in relation to the games at large. These bit golems, by the way, have bonus effects, I guess you could say. Here, let me increase my damage. Where they like can heal him, target escaping, activate reinforcements, remove hostiles. Yeah, you can see that this guy is doing some AoE damage, for example. Oh yeah, and he's got his Ion Buster. It looks like Prince Baka has been saying stuff that I've been missing. Women and princes first? No, wrong. Princes first. Yeah. So of course, I mean, Prince Baka's being Prince Baka. He is trying to save himself. It seems he's fled. So Prince Baka has successfully left. You can see there's a bunch of dead stagehands over there, which is great. In the most sarcastic way possible. Oh, and the theater manager over there has had better days as well. At this point, it's just a matter of like pouring enough damage into this guy. You don't actually have to take him down to 0. I forget what level you do have to take him down to. That Breaker Bit Golem looks extremely like MOX, doesn't it? Is this one? That one might as well not get removed. I'm going to try to take out some of these other ancillary. Damage exceeds expected results. Disengage limiter. Hang on. Disengage limiter. Increase core output. Acquiring target. Dunkoro. Ow. As you can see, Nox here is capable of quite a lot of damage. $900 damage divided among the target and all nearby foes. Woo! That is some serious damage output. Yeah, it just kind of like drops some nukes and stuff on you, effectively. It really doesn't like Dunkoro. But then that's standard for a monk's life. Ow. Target. Acquiring target. General Morgan. Should be just about done here, I think. Yeah, okay, there he goes. We've deactivated him. Nox appears fully deactivated. You reach out and open up his control panel. Inside lies the golem's power crystal. It emits a strange buzzing sound and vibrates erratically, almost as if something is trying to escape. This is the object Zinn requires. You only need to reach out and take it. So we do. And we complete that quest victoriously. So let's go after Pox next. You speak with the guardsman Makuruyo in the marketplace. Alright, so let's do that. Obviously, this takes us over to Kaineng. Doing this quest is part of why it's really important to me to make sure I did all of the campaigns before starting. Not the only reason, but part of the reason, for sure. Okay, so the guardsman, Makuruyo, is over here, and we can speak with him. Blessings of the Emperor upon you, friend. The Jade Brotherhood is up to something. When is the Jade Brotherhood not up to something? Their war with the Ampha has spilled onto every street corner lately. I spend more time cleaning up the bloody remains of their battles than anything else. What sort of trouble are they up to now? They have a weapon. I need to infiltrate their ranks and disarm it. We have heard rumors of some sort of weapon purchased from an outside source. Our own spies use spare Jade Brotherhood clothes collected from corpses after their battles to get on the inside. Can we use some Jade Brotherhood outfits to sneak into their headquarters? We certainly have enough outfits to spare. We mop up corpses from their battles every day. That's kind of unpleasant, really. Must keep the streets clean, you know. Take as many as you need. Anything to help disrupt this rampant gang activity. Be careful, though. Wajin Bazaar is a war zone. While you wear those outfits, the Ampha will attack you on sight. Good luck. You are awfully brave to walk into the middle of that mess. Well, I'm ready to infiltrate the Jade Brotherhood. This is actually really neat. We are given reinforcements. Thank goodness. Find an Ampha skull and crack it. We are in the Jade Brotherhood disguise. I really wish we could have gotten like an everlasting Jade Brotherhood tonic. The only skulls around here, the only broken skulls around here will be yours. Attack, says the Ampha. The fact that they gave us a bunch of tonics for heroes is nice. There's a lot of really cool enemy designs, though, and it would have been neat to have some everlasting tonics to be able to use some of these enemy designs. The Ampha in particular have, like, warrior, like this skin that this Jade Brotherhood Knight is currently. And then the male caster and female caster skins, as you can see most of our party is in. It would have been cool to have some of those as options. I particularly like the Jade Brotherhood look. A bunch of citizens wanting to get out of here, and you can see why. Like, look at all the Jade Brotherhood recruits, all these Ampha recruits. These guys are like level 10, so this is not like difficult to get through. But there are an awful lot of them hanging out here. Boy, hard to get my flares off. More Ampha sewer rats coming from the west. Now, we obviously don't care that much about the fight with the Ampha. That's not why we're here. Defend the headquarters. Ampha are everywhere. Here, we're actually getting to fight with Leon Dragon Petals, so that's kind of a nice change. Instead of fighting her, allied with her. You can see these guys are a little bit stronger than their recruits. Grabbing some of my loot here. But yeah, I wish we could get like an everlasting Jade Brotherhood tonic, for example. Oh, they're getting the seasonal spirit, I see. Obviously, I may be a little underprepared here. Master of Whispers. In my defense, Master of Whispers could be doing more to help. Where is this Okay, so now we're seeing something. We're seeing over here an Ampha elite, who is more powerful than the typical Ampha, which will probably become relevant at some point. These are not the most optimized builds just yet. I don't usually think of these quests as being like that difficult. Well, Leon did not survive. See some Jade Brotherhood mages materializing over here. I saw Master of Whispers had activated Blood Ritual. Yeah, the elites will start using skills from other campaigns, so it's good to be aware of them and wary of them as well. That's one of the things that you'll see is as we go through Guild Wars Beyond content is those remixed enemies with like skill bars involved, like utilizing skills outside of the campaign the enemy's from. And so you'll find paragons and dervishes in Kryta and things like that. There's Lieu of the Knives, having a duel with the Wing 3-blade. The stench of the sewer clings to you. The bounty on your head will buy me 3 new blades. Do you feel that? It is death coming to find you. Hard to catch all those dialogues. The Jade Brotherhood do not honor the rules of a duel. Kill them. And now we have just a big old brawl. Well, there goes Lieu of the Knives. But yeah, when these guys are using Rodgor's Invocation, which is a prophecy skill, and Savannah Heat, which is a Nightfall skill, you can see what I'm talking about. It makes the bars a lot more deadly for them to not be stuck to a campaign. But that's one of the things that contributes to Guild Wars Beyond's feel of Guild Wars as a whole being a lot more integrated. Because the professions are being kind of integrated. These most wanted signs have been here, of course, for quite some time. Non-humans in the Brotherhood? We take anyone in these days, it seems. It's because I have MOX with me. If you have, like, Jorah, for example, she also doesn't go in costume. She just is Jorah. So, same sort of thing. So, you can actually see a bunch of Ampha bosses here. The Mina Shatterstorm is a Mesmer boss. Mensang the Sadistic. These are things that are just like standard lore. I can, you know what, though, we're doing lore stuff. I can go ahead and read them. Most wanted Ampha number 4, Mina Shatterstorm, believed to be responsible for the death of an entire Brotherhood recruiting class. No other known information. Most wanted Ampha number 3, Mensang the Sadistic. I believe this is a, I want to say a ranger boss. That spawns right over in here in Pongmai Valley. Long lost to madness, this creature is more beast than man. Gave his own family over to creatures of the Great Plague to prove his worth to the Ampha, believed to be the head torturer of the Ampha. Most wanted Ampha number 2. Chan, the Dragon's Blood. This guy's in the Undercity, has the Blood Ritual, or the Blood is Power Elite. Distant, disowned relative to the Emperor. Thrown out of Cantha for illegal dealings with Luxon smugglers. Chan will do anything whatsoever to get what he wants. Whatsoever is usually one word, so it's interesting to see it's broken up like that. Rumored to be the keeper of the Ampha coffers. And of course, the most wanted Ampha is Lieu, or Lo, probably Lo. Like, if they're going for a Japanese pronunciation, that'd be Lo. Lo of the Knives. Wanted for the cold-blooded murder of 27 members of the Jade Brotherhood, including the revered Lord Jelmini Yaomen of the first Jade Fist. The thing that's tricky about Canthan pronunciations is it feels like they're kind of mashing together like Chinese and Japanese and stuff, so it can be a little unclear. Low of the Knives obviously is dead now since we just saw him die. So here's Pox. My lord, the Ampha have swarmed the headquarters. They surround us. I had hoped to save our new weapon for our ultimate attack on the Ampha headquarters. Clearly, we cannot wait. Activate the golem. All systems normal. Pox. Active. Pox, destroy the Ampha. Protect our headquarters. Invalid directive. Command failed. The golem has gone haywire. Run for it. Well, Mox didn't like that. Bloodstone Slash is really annoying. It's charging up its reactor blast. Ampha spies come to destroy our golem. Get them! I think they're talking about us. Oh, target's on me, eh? Heh. This guy seems to be a lot easier to kill. He doesn't have the bits popping up to do things. I don't know if that's how much that's helping or not, but... Wow, just an attack that just dazes for 3 seconds is absolutely brutal. Not low enough health for Finish Him to do its thing. There, it's getting close to shut down now. Not before absolutely ending Mox first, but... There he goes. I don't know what these Jade Brotherhood think they're going to be accomplishing. Well, yeah, I'll take that bracelet. Valuable glittering dust. Also, it summons Inigo Garcia. Okay, Pox. Pox appears fully deactivated. This is the same dialogue as... We'll get the same, like, quest complete dialogue, except it doesn't have any rewards specifically because it's all one reward for completing all 3 parts. But, yeah, inside lies the golem's power crystal. It emits a strange buzzing sound, etc. Same thing as it had on the previous one, so I'm not going to read it out again here. But that completes that section. Get a little bit more loot on that one. Kind of a mini quest, not just a boss fight. Major marksmanship, eh? All right, and that brings us to the last one. I'm going to use the Sasuran Gate, because the last one, deactivating rocks. So I saved rocks for last because this is the important one. Rox marches on the Temple of the Ages with his army. The golem is programmed to assassinate Princess Salma, the future queen of Kryta. Zinn, the accidental creator of this killer golem, requested you warn Salma, deactivate Rox, and retrieve its power crystal. Head to the Temple of the Ages and prepare the acolytes for battle. I guess I should have been reading all of those quests all along, shouldn't I? I didn't think about looking at the descriptions for those individual quests. Hang on. Deactivating Nox. So Nox is dialogue. Stay here. Initial dialogue. Prince Baka purchased the Nox Golem for a reenactment of the Asuran settlement of the Tarnished Coast. However, Nox's true purpose is to assassinate Prince Baka as well as Prince Amter and Prince Metu. Save the prince and deactivate Nox before the golem assassinates the leaders of Vabi and destabilizes all of Ilona. Make haste to Baka's palace in Resplendent Makun, one One of Baka's attendants should be more than willing to take you to the prince. And then the other... Deactivating Pox. This description is, the Jade Brotherhood purchased the Pox Golem to use as a weapon in their war against the Ampha. However, Pox's original programming could activate at any time, causing it to complete its ultimate objective, assassinate Emperor Kisu. According to Zinn, the accidental creator of this killer golem, the Pox model has built-in boosters, allowing him to reach the Imperial Sanctum in a matter of seconds. You must deactivate the golem before that program kicks in. Seek out a guardsman in the marketplace for help finding the Jade Brotherhood compound. So that's those dialogues. Not too worried about this one. Although I might switch Norgu's Elite to something a little bit more immediately useful. I think I'm just switching from Migraine to Crippling Anguish just because the snare is handy. Barbs matters a little bit, but it's not super great here either. So, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and just give him... How about... Part of it is I don't know how much they're actually using, like they're attacking versus they're using touch skills or something. Oh, if they are using touch skills, actually. Maybe bringing can't touch this. This one doesn't involve like running around, so it's probably just as well to not use incoming. Yeah, he doesn't have enough protection pairs to make that meaningful. I can bring Angelic Bond though. I don't know. Let's just skip out on curses at this point. Not worry about it. Probably be a bit better that way. Phantasm and I don't know. I already have calculated risk. Don't need that on my bar twice. Self, don't be silly. How about actually, I think I'll just toss a point. No, you know what? No, let's just grab Web of Disruption. There we go. That'll work. Here's some interrupts on her. Again, I could probably do things a little bit differently in a way that would be better, but meh. I could swap him over to Bip, which might be more useful here. You don't need a ton of blood magic if you're just doing... 8 blood magic will get you 5 pips of regen. You need 13 for 6, but that's not so critical here. Grab him that. And... Feeling a little bit like Sigmire right now as I'm trying to figure out what skill to grab. I'll just slot on Suffering, why not? Okay, these are probably not, again, optimal. So, Salma is over here. We'll be interacting with her a lot more soon. It's worth noting that this model is a different model than she originally had. If you recall, we actually have the Shining Blade costume here. This we picked up when I was doing... Because I used some costumes when I was playing through Guild Wars Prophecies. So when we started working with the Shining Blade over here, I picked this up. I'm not going to wear it just yet. But her original model was just a generic Kryta female. Let's see if I can find... This feels relevant enough to mention. So, like this Acolyte over here. Same model as this Acolyte. When they did War in Kryta, they or same sort of model, something like that. I don't remember exactly. The wiki probably has the original. But when they, man, I really, they're walking through there just highlighted how much the culling in this game is very aggressive, and I would dearly love an update to this game. It's completely unreasonable. It's not gonna happen. But if something to make the culling less aggressive, so that way you wouldn't have such aggressive popping, would be really, really nice. But anyway, so they updated Salma's model to this one at some point during that. So she now looks like this to differentiate her as a special NPC. For what it's worth, we saw back in the Prophecies, Lore Playthrough, Slow Playthrough, whatever you want to call it. I called it the Slow Playthrough at the time. I don't know. Lore Playthrough is probably more accurate, but how do you brand stuff properly? But anyway, there's a quest chain that we got in Fisherman's Haven where he's like, hey, all of the royals, when the Char attacked, the royal family fled. But the king was known for extramarital affairs. So there's a caravan that the guardsman here, Watchman Arad, just to kind of remind everybody of what's going on here. The watchman here was like, hey, I've ordered, or like from the royal archives, I wanted to look over some of these like financial documents to see if there's anything that sort of indicated if the king of Kryta had fathered any illegitimate children that maybe could, be around and take over the throne, as we're trying to form a counteroffensive against the White Mantle. This is all, of course, quite relevant for War in Kryta because that's what War in Kryta is about. So, in that quest, we go. He's like, the caravan got stopped. Like it got intercepted by some Tengu. So you have to go and retrieve these papers, and you take them back to Watchman Arad, and he looks them over, and he's like, I see. There is this particular woman in the Temple of the Ages, where apparently the king was like, you know what? I want to go hang out with that priestess over there. Yeah, making babies. And so Salma is the sort of illegitimate daughter of the king and one of the priestesses of the Temple of the Ages, and that showed up in the financial records because the king was always took care of his illegitimate children. So you have to give him some credit for that. So then there's a quest that's basically it's there, like, never minding the fact that Fisherman's Haven is an extremely easy to overlook outpost, which it is. But never minding that fact, there's a quest here that basically is like, here, go to the Temple of the Ages and talk to Salma. See if she's willing to become queen. And she's like, yes. So then she accepts that, and so that kind of like set stuff up for War in Kryta. And that her acceptance there is what's being referenced here now, and is relevant to things. That whole thing with Salma being offspring, that was, in as far as I'm aware, in the game from the moment it shipped. But the greater relevance or whatever was expanded upon greatly and was made into a much more significant thing as the overall life of the game went on. So anyway, right here, she says, it's hard to know how to react to all of the recent troubles. Did you need my help with something? Deactivating rocks. Rex Templaris. Isn't it uncanny how champions always seem to appear in my hour of need? Scouts have brought word of an unnatural army of constructs, metal given life by magic, headed this way. They say the creatures destroy everything in their path. There's still time to organize our defenses here, but not much. I know with your help, we shall survive this. Will you lend us your aid? What can be made, it can be unmade. Onward to battle. So before I start this, there's not going to be there's going to be a little bit of a window of time where we can do some setup before actually beginning the conflict proper. And so what we have, just to kind of go over that before we go in, so that way I can discuss it, we will have like 5 or something Temple Acolytes, like Brother Theophilus over here, and whatnot, that we can direct to go pray at these different shrines. And there are buffs that we get based upon if there's somebody praying there, they will get attacked, and we can try to protect them as well. But the first part of that's going to be sending people to defend or to go pray. So here you can see we have Brother Theophilus, Mizar, Kenan the Scribe, and a couple acolytes. We don't have much time, but we do have one advantage. The gods are on our side. The gods have proclaimed that your hand shall point out the path I am to walk. Tell me where I am needed. Ask the monks and acolytes in the temple to offer up prayers to gods so we may receive their blessings. I'm just going to send one to each. Tell me only how I can best help. Let's see. The gods will channel their blessings through the pious. So as more people pray at a statue, the stronger the god's blessing will become. I leave it to you to decide who to send where, but act quickly. Our foes approach. So yeah, we have 30 seconds. Pray to Dwayne for protection. Melandri for vitality. And Lissa for inspiration. So yeah, these buffs will get stronger the more you have at any given thing. Although the biggest benefit is having anybody there. So you can see Battle Fervor, Balthazar's Blessing, you attack 10% faster. Dark Aura grants Blessing whenever you hit with an attack, you steal 5 health. Dwayne's Blessing gives you plus 10 armor. Melandri's gives you plus 58 max HP. And plus 10 maximum energy for Lissa. The golems here that spawn in will attack. There's some used to increase move speed stuff. Hey, Suicide Wisp, thank you for the follow. Welcome. There is some benefit for having improved move speed, because you can help check these guys better. The buffs are obviously not like mission critical or anything, but they're helpful. So if you can't keep him around, it's usually a good idea. So this one's going to start with a bunch of waves of golem attacks. Before Rox finally shows up. Again, Rox being the leader of the renegade golems, as there were, or the assassin golems. How do you feel about it? Rodgort's invocation. There's gonna be so many golems dropping in. Temple Acolyte's having a bad day. I mean, let's be fair, most video game universes, most people are having a bad day. Including player characters, if you're really thinking about it. Okay, whatever, we can Rodgor's invocation in the empty space. That's fine. It's fine. It's interesting. BIP is like so much stronger than Blood Ritual, just in part because it's at range instead of touch range. Brother Theophilus is pretty tanky over there. Salma, you can see, is hiding over there. He's a monk. Fun fact. I mean, it makes sense. She was raised in a temple by monks, so if she would be one is hardly surprising, I suppose. And there we go. The boss has shown up. Targeting. Target acquired. Identity Salma. Directive. Terminate. If that isn't a Dalek reference, I don't know what is. This guy's using a lot of normal attacks, I'm noticing. So maybe ineptitude would have been good here. Well, Keenan is down. Rox is going down pretty quickly, actually. Bip is almost certainly helping with that, though. He's giving Norgu, for example, a lot more energy to work with. Gwen, too, for that matter. There we go. Rox is down. Rox appears fully deactivated. You reach out and open up his control panel. Inside lies the golem's power crystal. It emits a strange buzzing sound and vibrates erratically. It's as if something is trying to escape. This is the object Zinn requires. You only need to reach out and take it. And we do! And we have victory. There's Salma hanging out over there. All right. Now that we have completed those quests, we'll ignore these eggs and go locate Zinn's secret lair so that we can finish this little prelude? Prelude or prologue? I'm not quite sure which. Okay, so a couple of important things. First of all, I mean, Can't Touch This is probably more useful than that here. Where we are going... there's a lot of bugs. Okay, the other thing is I'm just going to leave this party because we need to go trek out here to the waterfall because that's where a secret base is. It is a heck of a walk. I'm going to run an ad break while I do some inventory cleanup and stuff, though. Because this game has a lot of inventory cleanup, so I might as well do an ad break. Of course, all you on the VOD won't see any advertisements because that's, I mean, I don't know friggin' what YouTube does. Who knows? But there's not any need. Really? There we go. That's what I want. Iron. All right, let's drop some of this crafting material stuff off. I'm going to drop these off, but I'm probably going to get more on the way. I don't feel like I need more cloth. No. I have capacity for it, so I might as well. You never know when you're going to want some, right? I got 2 major marksmanship runes. That's interesting. Okay, because of where we're going, I am going to... grab. Let's see. Yeah, that's too many. Let's drop 4 in. Let's just bring the Rangers, Mox, Morgan, and a Monk. Let's bring Ogden. I'm gonna set Ogden up. Okay, I don't believe either Ranger has runes. Yeah. I'll use one of these marksmanship runes I just got. This one. This is a significantly more valuable piece of armor. Okay, Rune Trader. Hey, Dune fan. Welcome. Okay, let's see. I'm just going to grab some plat, set up some of these heroes that I want to get some levels on. I think... yeah, I'm going to put the major marksmanship on her. And give her a major expertise as well. As a minor in beast mastery and a minor in wilderness survival. Actually, I'm going to see how, if and how I have Pyre Fear Shot runed up. Okay, he's minor marksmanship, major expertise, major wilderness survival. Okay. So he's doing a very even spread. So Margaret, I'm probably going to do superior expertise on her. Let's see. I like having super expertise. It allows you a lot of options that you don't get otherwise. And then minor wilderness, minor beast mastery as well. And then I think I'm probably just going to put pyromancers on both of them. I'll just junk off from my inventory first. Let's see. Ogden, are you set up? Yes. Okay, good. All right, let's go ahead and get some Pyrebound insignia. I want Pyrebound just because a lot of enemies, like, you'd theoretically want a different set for each area if you're doing against versus specific elements, but I feel like in general, AoE fire is a bigger concern than AoE water or AoE earth or AoE air especially. There is some argument for like just using Stalwart. Just give him some more physical defense, but meh. This will take a moment. Nothing like the awkward part of doing a task about which there's nothing interesting to say. While trying to figure out some sort of commentary to try to keep things engaging. Okay, well, we're almost done with this this part. Excellent. Deposit those funds. And I'm going to actually give them the Poison Stem War Flatbow. Because it's a fine weapon. I guess I might as well give Mox the Icy Soulbreaker while I've got this open. There's some arguments to not giving him the Icy Soulbreaker of Enchanting. Mostly that his Clockwork Scythe is a really cool skin, though you can't see it super well on him. But B, this also deals physical damage. It's however decidedly not near max. Dealing physical damage can be a useful property at times. Mostly not. I really, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again, I really wish these popped up in a different panel, so that way I didn't have to drag them out here. He's fine, whatever, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. Back to the zone. Because we're going through the falls, there's not going to be any special, like, strength enemies here. Do make sure you bring Mox with you. I've accidentally done this before where I did not bring him, and then I was very disappointed with myself as I was suddenly unable to like do things properly. I do not need Gaze of Fury on you. What I think I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to switch her to /Necromancer. Read up a bunch of points. I'm going to give her like 6 blood magic maybe. Blood Ritual is touch range skill, so they actually get a discount on it. I'm just checking where the 10-second duration break mark is. Actually very low. I'm just going to give her an antidote signet now, because I'll probably want that. You can go /monk. It's actually a case where I'm going to give her Restore Life. This is also touch range, so expertise affects it as well. General Morgan is fine. This would be a good spot to have like barbs, but meh. Okay, Ogden. You are primarily healing prayers-y, I guess. That's about what I want. This is actually a reasonable area. Guardian doesn't matter that much here because these enemies are going to be fairly weak. Healing Burst is a very solid healing skill, though. I think... Yeah, I think I'd rather have Dismiss Condition here. Dismiss Condition is... You've got a couple of different condition removal spells. Dismiss Condition is generically the best. Its healing is unreliable. It requires the ally to be enchanted in order to be able to get its benefit. So if you have a lot of enchantments flying around, then this becomes better. But it can target yourself with a 3-second recharge. This is good in areas where there's lots of conditions because of the additional heal that you get off of it. This is good if you have more people doing it because it has a quicker recharge and the heal from condition removal is guaranteed, unlike Dismiss Condition. But it also has its own sort of set of downsides. This is a good question. I think what my thought here, though, is I wanted just to put on Healing Breeze. This feels like a good Healing Breeze area. Healing Burst is fine, though. I don't know how much Cure Hex is going to be important. Yeah, the rest of this feels alright. I'm not going to need that, so I'm going to just not bring it. There's a lot of spiders. Just bring Intensity. Okay. Most of this is just going to be the fight to the area. I'm probably better off with my Pyromancer's armor. I think of a lot of the enemies here as more physical damage oriented. Let's pop these open. There's a lot of spiders and stuff like that. It's just a big long walk, so not much more for it than to do it. These two are running almost identical bars. Probably should have brought something that does crack. Oh, I do have this that does cracked armor, but to fuel body shot. But oh well. Thought about it literally just now, and it doesn't matter that much that I'm going to go back for it. You are allowed to... You know what? Friggin' move MOX over to aggressive. I don't need him standing around while I'm charging my spells. Obviously something that was happening. But as their expertise gets up, I think they should be fine. Prepared shot will help them with energy pretty well, too. It's like the actual doing of these quests is pretty straightforward, but when it comes to turning them in, it is a gigantic trek. Is there a type that would be more useful? I don't know. Type of armor defense for this map, I mean. I know. Go Geomancers and Stone Striker. There you go. Problem solved. The Falls is just such a noodle of a map. By which I mean it's very long, but it kind of curves in on itself. You know, I always go down that ramp and go around that way. There's actually two ways through here. You can go that way or you can go over this way. I'm going to go over this way because, you know, I just usually don't. Nice to do something different for a change. See Mox's Starburst going off. Starburst is really nice on any sort of melee attacker. Does solid damage, sets things on fire for a bunch of additional damage, and also has a benefit of being really good for your energy. Let's just ignore singular moss scarabs. Fight them maybe if they come in a group. Hello, Mini Panda 64. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Where was I? Ah, yes. This is the camp where we spy on a couple of White Mantle. Those who may remember. Primal Echoes is a real pain in the rear end. I mean, I guess I go pick up my 19 wood planks. I tend to be fairly obsessive about picking up loot. This is a Shining Blade camp, though. You can see that because that's the Shining Blade logo right there. I really like the ambient sound design here. And how do I want to go down this way. There we go. Starburst, finishing things up. Ooh. I just heard a level up noise. Who got the level up? It was our friendly neighborhood, Margaret the Sly. Excellent. Primal Echoes make signets cost 10 energy. So. I have far too many mini pets. Mini Panda, just saw your question there. I am not looking for more. I'd be happy to give, if people are looking for like miniature King Adelburns and miniature Devourers, I'm happy to give them a good home though. Mini pets are one of those things that's really, really cool, and I really much prefer the Guild Wars 2 implementation of them. One of the things that I like better about Guild Wars 2, there aren't... I mean, there's lots of things that I like about Guild Wars 2. It's just, you know, the actual combat and gameplay that I don't. Alas. What is your best? My best what? Mini pet? Not quite sure how to answer that question, actually. Like, probably one of my rare... I'm not sure if rare is even a correct term. I have the Destroyer that you got from the one magazine. Black Moachick quest chain is a heck of a thing. Although whether or not that's a mini pet or not, like it mechanically is, but whether or not it technically is, that's an area where there's some debate. And after all, it does not say mini Black Moachick. It's just a Black Moachick. I have a Bone Dragon. That's pretty cool. I could probably have a lot more minis if I was getting the 7th birthday present instead of the 6th, because the 6th one has tonics, and tonics stack. Therefore, they take up less inventory space. That says Ebon Spider Leg. For some reason, I saw it as like rare Spider Leg for a second. I don't have a lot of like super rare minis or anything. Mostly just the birthday ones. Hello, Redwood Shepherds. Fortunately, as plant-based enemies, they are very weak to fire. Makes it a little bit easier to get through them. They do like their debilitating shot, don't they? Make sure I have some overcast, so I'm getting AoE on flare. Get me through these spiders a bit more quickly. It's just such a long noodle. Like, you come down here, and then you have to go all the way around here, and up here, and around all the way over. It's just... If you could go directly through the falls, it would be a significantly shorter map, is what I'm saying. Good spot to get some experience on Acolyte Jinn, though. So that's nice. Yeah. I mean, you are called Mini Panda, so I can see... I would expect you to have chosen that name quite intentionally. In terms of, like, minis that I like, I am actually quite partial to the Mini Whiptail Devourer. It's not a particularly fancy one, but I just like Devourers. I think they're a really cool design. Is Mad King's Guard a like, would I be candy corn golem to finish that sentence? I would like more than that. I'd more than any particular mini, the everlasting transmogrifier Fire Tonic is something that I'm interested in terms of like a rare item. Is that from the Zeischen chest? I think it is. We got some trolls incoming. Ah, yes, intensity, making Rodgorts do even more area of effect damage. The other real kick in the pants is this section is a loop. And if you don't know what to look for, it's really easy to get stuck in that loop, going in circles. This is a White Mantle outpost, by the way. That's White Mantle flag. Good job, Mox. Doing your job, catching attention. Acolyte Jinn got a level. Most excellent. For a little bit more expertise, I suppose. I just really like the way that the Transmarker Fire Tonic looks, and having one that is endless would be really cool. Ah, yes. Nothing like using intensity while you have a breath of fire going off and triggering the hit off of that instead of your Rodgor's Invocation. Downside of intensity is just the next time a spell you, like, the next time you deal elemental damage with a spell to a target, you deal 7% of that damage to all other foes in the area. Does not care if it's an area of effects spell that you casted 3 seconds ago or the Rodgorts that you're about to hit with. Does not care at all. This is one of those parts where melee actually has a slight advantage over range. Or rather, things that don't use... See that gold? Behold. I picked it up. That gold too. Game does not understand height sometimes. It's so weird though. Like, okay, so... I mean, I might as well talk about tangents while we're making our way to Zinn's laboratory. The game for like melee attack just checks on a like horizontal plane, or flat plane like that. So if you're within range, then you can do melee stuff. You can pick up things, all sorts of things. However, range stuff, of course, can be obstructed. Is this stream still going? Hang on 1 second. So bows, and I think spears as well. Pretty sure spears as well have this thing that's like vertical advantage. where if you are higher up, they will deal more damage. So they're clearly able to... Oh man, that sucks for my energy. They're clearly able to recognize... This is one of the things that, like, why it sucks being an elementalist, because strip enchantment and chillblains are thrown everywhere. But anyway, so, like, they're able to take the vertical into account for the purposes of, like, oh yes, this bow was shot from a higher height. Therefore, the arrow can go further and hits harder. Like, that is a thing that is in this game, which I think is a really cool thing that's in this game, to be clear. But it is nevertheless a thing that is in this game. Yet, at the same time, you can melee attack somebody from 13 feet above them. Or, you know, what is that, like 3 meters or something? 4 meters? I guess more like 4 meters. So it's like, that's weird. Just some spare chitin fragments. I was hoping that I'd get... I mean, I don't need one, but... There's these root behemoths. And these wind riders actually have special loot they can drop. Might as well take a few of them out on here, you know? Big thing back in the day to farm them. Not really a big thing anymore, but back in the day it was. These life pods are healing it. Well, now they're not. So it's just weird that, like, sometime for, like, bows and other things, they do act like there's a vertical axis, and then for other interactions, they don't. Now, to be fair, not taking vertical into account for things like, can my melee attack hit, does simplify the math considerably. When Flare is dealing 145 damage, you know something's weak to fire. On, like, a fundamental level. Whew. Being able to spread some of that insane damage over is really nice. What's the AoE on intensity? For all other foes in the area. Yeah, that's a huge area of effect range. Huge area of effect range. If anybody wonders, I was glancing over at another screen that I've set off to the side where I can keep an eye on the stream just to make sure it's, like, running and hasn't randomly fallen out on me. Okay, we're almost there. Just got a few more Wind Riders, I suppose. Yeah, I'm not gonna... These guys have Shatter Enchantment, so I'm not gonna be able to keep any enchants up against them anyway. Oh, look, an each die. Ha. So I can get some fire going. These Wind Riders are real nasty in hard mode. Makes vanquishing this area a pain. Especially because if you die in this map, there are no, like, early convenient resurrection shrines. You gotta go from the friggin' beginning of the map. So if you wipe here, you gotta run back from here. That just makes this map extra painful. I think at one point you didn't even get that. It was just like, whoops, no resurrection shrines, you're kicked out. But they thankfully changed that one. Hello, Agrippa Stonehands. Agrippa has really good grip with his Stonehands, I bet. Give you an energy storage headpiece. That's interesting. So here's the falls. We now have an interactable prompt here. And it's time to take a plunge. The falls. This must be it. Zinn's picture clearly shows the falls. Only one way forward. Jump. Do you jump? So yeah, just as a reminder, here's our Golem user manual. And you can see the lair is right here. Obviously, this screenshot's not quite one we could get in game. It's a little higher and further back. But yeah. So it's clearly right here. Take a deep breath and dive over the edge. Secret underground lair. So welcome to Zinn's secret underground lair. Looks an awful lot like an Eye of the North map, doesn't it? Intruder alert, says the Golem sentry. Identification verified. Alarm disabled. So we have MOX with us. Ah, you made it. Good. My intelligence network already informed me of the successful completion of your assignment. I'm terribly relieved. I was horrified about what might have happened to my reputation. Come along. Get your reward. You earned it. I think... Nah, it is through here. Obviously, this map's used for Ula's lab. Was he all the way back here? Now I'm doubting myself. I feel like I'm going too far. I don't think so. I think he's just back here. While we're running, let's turn this ancient eye into some dust. Terrible enchanting sword. I'm actually going to just salvage this sword because the iron in it... Yeah, three iron ingots is worth way more than that sword ever would be. Yeah, so Zinn, I think, is in this area somewhere. There he is. Why, look who's here. G.O.X reporting for duty. Hello, G.O.X. Now, what does the G stand for? What do any of the letters stand for? I do not know. Is it supposed to be stupid? G.O.X isn't stupid. It's very advanced. Advanced. One day, G.O.X, you'll be just like MOX. Isn't that right, G.O.X? Just like Mongoose. MOX? I don't know if it... No, just like MOX. Just like dog. Oh, never mind. Hello. Can I be Mongoose Dog? G.O.X wants to know. Can be Mongoose Dog. I don't even know if Mongoose Dog is a thing. Hello, Zinn.
Can you be helped?
As promised, here is further compensation for your services. Perhaps I underestimated you. I mean, I'm happy my faith in your abilities rang true. Yes. Yes, that's exactly it. Well, thank you. That took Acolyte Jinn all the way up to level 19, by the way. Just want to point that out. 50,000 experience is a lot. So that was 5 levels for her. And of course, Margaret gets to be bumped all the way up as well. There, I have some fair points in blood magic. Cool. So that's the MOX quest. At this point, we no longer need the Golem user manual, so I'm just gonna... Well, I can't drop it. I'll delete it when we leave the map. But, so that's that quest chain. Like I said, that's an important prelude to stuff that's to come. And we will see more on that. Let's see, how do I want to roll this? I guess I might as well just do it now. Over here, just outside Vlox's Falls, we saw an NPC during the Eye of the North playthrough that I mentioned would become relevant later. It is now later. So it is time for me to do a lot more reading. So if we come over here, we will find Chark. Chark says, I'm looking for witnesses for an upcoming trial. Were you involved in the Rocks, Pox, or Nox incidents? Yes, and I have MOX to prove it. In that case, by the authority of the Arcane Council, I officially request your presence at the trial of Zinn. And when I say request, I mean command. It is the Arcane Council, after all. Are you prepared to attend the trial right now? Let's go. The trial of Zinn. Okay, this is a lot of pieces to this. I'm going to try to read what dialogue I can, but there's a lot going on here. You're finally here, Buka. As per certain custom, no one may speak to the council in defense or persecution for the duration of the trial. So, quickly conclude any business you have with them and step into the witness area when you are ready for us to begin. Okay. The witness area is over there. Now, you'll notice that it doesn't say the prosecution, it says the persecution. Very, very important, subtle little joke. Hello, Chark. Doesn't say anything. Hi, Blimm. She's a schemer. That's what she does. She schemes. Not just mean, crafty, too. I could have set the whole lab on fire. Obviously talking about Ula. You'll see over there we have Counselor Ula, Counselor Mamp, and Counselor Mintok. And Counselor Troy, which is a clear reference to Star Trek The Next Generation. Well, Star Trek in general. Counselor Troy shows up in Voyager as well. And Counselor Lumpus and Counselor Rex. We've got a bunch of different counselors over there. Den and Crane is the persecution, and Zinn with Mox is the defense. G.O.X is here. I am gonna sing the Doom song now. Doom da doom doom da doom doom doomy doom do da doomy doomy doom doom da doom doom dib. The end. That was tricky to keep track of where I was in that. So here we have MOX. If it does not compute, you must acquit. Obviously an O.J. Simpson trial reference. Hello, Zinn. Ah, a perfect day for vindication. Within an hour's time, I will have disposed of these spurious charges, humiliated Ula in public, and, if all goes well, sent this crowd of imbecilic miscreants fleeing in terror. Teach them to testify against me. Hello, Counselor Mintok. Boo-yoop! I can already tell how this case is going to turn out. Impressed? Oh, you don't need to say anything? I know what you are thinking. What a hassle. Ula better come through with those parts she promised me. Hello, Ula. Well, well, well. It's good to see you. Just stand there with all the other witnesses. Hello, Mamp. I am the head of the Arcane Council, and we're in the middle of a major case. Can't you tell that I'm too important to talk to you, Buka? Look at my hat. See how fancy my hat is? Now look at your hat. Enough said. I mean, I guess I'm not actually wearing a hat. Look at them. They're the Arcane Council. Get a screenshot of the Arcane Council. Hello, Counselor Troy. Zinn is making a mistake by not hiring an advocate. I told him as much, but he wouldn't listen. I had hoped people would start taking me more seriously when I got this new tunic, but I sense that it isn't working. That is, of course, a serious TNG reference to Counselor Troy's outfits. Of course, she does change costuming partway through, as I recall, but known particularly in the first part of the show for low-cut necklines. And hoping to get taken more seriously with a higher-cut tunic, presumably? Anyway. I don't know. I don't mind pop culture references like that, but they also can kind of... I don't know, deseriousize the setting or make it... I don't know. It's hard for me to find the right word for the sentiment that I'm wanting to kind of communicate, but... Hello, Councillor Lumpus. I still don't see why Mamp gets to be head of the Arcane Council. I've been on the council half as long as he has, so I should get to run things half the time. Excuse me a moment. None of you are geniuses. Why are none of you geniuses? I'll tell you why. Because you're not me. Hello, Den and Crane. Den and Crane, we just need you to stand over in the witness area next to those others. This won't be long. Never lost. Never will. Den and Crane. Does that say prosecution or persecution? There's no real difference, is there? It's not the certain way to pretend something is what it isn't. Unless there's some advantage to be gained, of course. In this case, everyone knows the situation, so why not call a spanner, if you know what I mean? Because it does in fact say the persecution, and they're calling attention to that. Why do you keep saying your own names? Why not? They're great names. Den and Crane. Why don't you say yours more? Let's see. I'm not sure if I'll be able to talk to these guys before it starts the trial proper. The trial's a cutscene in that it's a... It doesn't have any VA, but it doesn't have any voice acting, but it is a cutscene. Hello, Rank.
I'm busy.
Did you know that Zinn used to use my catchphrase without permission? This is where magic comes to life. That's mine. I made it up. Anyway, Councillor Map says, we'll talk to these people later. This session of the Arcane Council is called to order. We are here to adjudicate very serious charges against the Golemaster Zinn, also known as Zinn the Amazing, the Sensational Zinn, Super Genius Zinn, Intruder Zinn, and Mr. Zincompetent. Intruder Zinn, of course, is a reference. What? Who calls me that? Everyone does now, genius. But I was the one who started, if that's what you're wondering. Ula, enough. The charges against Zinn are as follows. 1, mathematical turpitude. 2, gross flummoxery in the first degree. 3, reckless instigation of mayhem without a permit. 4, an overdue library tome. What says the accused? Not guilty on all counts, except perhaps the tome. In my defense, by burning copies of Ula's Guide to Golomancy, I was doing a favor to young, impressionable Asura everywhere. Burned a library book. Whoops. Scoundrel. Hack. Earbiter. This is where as the cutscenes are coming in. It is more of just like the standard dialogue. 10 minutes later. Dimwit. Nincompoop. The implication that they're hurling insults at each other for an extensive period of time. 20 minutes later. Ignoramus, shouts Zinn, clearly. Enough of you this squabbling. I mean, it's been like half an hour of it. Both of you pipe down now, or I'll have the militia tweak your ears. Persecution, your first witness. Den and Crane for the persecution. Let the record reflect there are 32 witnesses here ready to testify. With that, the persecution rests. Now I'll need to count them. Objection! They can't not call the witnesses. No need. Everyone knows you're guilty. Den and Crane. Objection! Overruled. In all fairness, Zinn, you are guilty, and I've got research of my own to get back to. Any witnesses for the defense before we convict you? Just myself. That's all I need. Egomaniac. This is why he thinks it's okay to cause mass chaos and destruction without filing the proper paperwork in advance. Tell us, Zinn, why do you think you're so much better than the rest of us? He's an Asura? That's kind of what Asura do? I didn't say that. But you think it. Ula's a renowned Golomancer, but you say her work is rubbish. Or maybe you're just jealous of her. Now why don't you answer the question? You want answers? We think we're entitled. You want answers? We want the truth. You imbeciles are deficient in the cognitive faculties prerequisite to fully comprehend the truth. Or you're intentionally trying to infuriate me with your idiocies so that I lose my cool and lose the trial. But it won't work because I am innocent. Fancy way of saying you can't handle the truth. Of course, another reference. I burned Ula's home, but you should thank me for that. I didn't have a permit for the homicidal golems, but most of the mayhem was in human territory, so no permit was required. My mathematics are immaculate, and the only flummoxery going on here is this trial. Egomaniac, ego, and maniac. They're right there in the word. The persecution rests, Den and Crane. Objection. You already rested your case, you nimrods. That's enough. Let's hear your closing remarks. Den and Crane, international incident. You all know it. His golems, his responsibility. Simple as that. It's in his name. Guilty as Zinn. Vote guilty, counselors. Den and Crane. This entire trial is a farce. Ula feels threatened by my superior golemancy and has called in favors to see me exiled. There's an actual decent case that's accurate. Zinn, the time for wild accusations is during oral arguments, not closing statements. You're out of order. This Counselor Mamp. I'm out of order. You're out of order. This whole trial is out of order. Be that as it may, we are the Arcane Council, and you will abide by our ruling. Once we tabulate our findings, someone get me an abacus. There's 6 of you. Why should you need an abacus? .2708 seconds later. It is the unanimous finding of the Arcane Council that Zinn is guilty as charged on all counts. Zinn, you are hereby sentenced to banishment from Ratasum and its subject lands for 10 years. Premature repatriation will be punishable by death. As is customary, the convicted may now make a threatening speech. Listen up, brains for brains. You think you've won a victory against me today, but you are sorely mistaken. Mark my words, this sentence is a greater punishment for you, who will be deprived of my genius, than it is for me, who will be freed from your ignorance. In conclusion, let me paraphrase my great Uncle Fenwick. Fools, I'll show you all! And he goes off. Rank was, I'm really looking forward to Zinn getting a fair trial. It appears I should have heeded Blimm's warnings about Ula, but with all the mumbling, it's hard to make out what he's saying. He may be smarter than he sounds after all. End of line. Hey, Blimm. It's not right. Ula wins again. She had my staff, you know. Red Aster-aligned staff. My staff. Moved me to the cellar without the staff. It's not right. Everything say, G.O.X. Ula so mean to my master. She not nice to Zinn. I seen it. Ula is bad. Now we can go talk to people again. Den and Crane. Den and Crane, let us hear you say it. Den and Crane? Ah, that's no good. Try it again. That's right. Say Den and Crane with enthusiasm. Rex Templaris. Rex Templaris. Feels good, doesn't it? Okay, let's talk to the counselors. Counselor Mintalk. You know, with so many subjects gathered in one place, perhaps now's a good time to test that temporary cognitive obliterator I've been working on. Whoop! Getting the effects to be temporary has been trickier than I had anticipated. Honestly, I'm not sure banishment's much of a punishment. Sometimes I think a 10-year vacation from these bukas would be a welcome change of pace. That was too easy. I'm going to repaying council members throughout half of Zinn's 10-year sentence, I'm sure. But it was worth it. Yeah, basically, like, yeah, she bribed everyone to get Zinn exiled. Just, you know, just being blunt about it. What do you say, Mamp? Never saw an Cern trial before, huh? If you like that, you should read some of the classic Cern legal dramas. To Kill a Moa Bird and Trial by Stone are two of my favorites. I really thought Zinn was going to go with "You'll live to regret this," rather than "Fools, I'll show you all." It's a matter of personal taste, I suppose, but I think the former is more traditional. What a terrible miscarriage of justice. If I had been running that trial, it would have been one of the best miscarriage of justices of all time. Of all time! Of course it would have been. Okay. Justice is served. See, this is the thing, is they have, like, different dialogue before and after, and you don't have time to talk to everyone, because as soon as you walk to the witness area, they all start doing stuff.
What's your problem?
In retrospect, it may be for the best that we didn't try to use the Large Hydra Collider. It takes a few days to warm up, and Asura arguments rarely last that long without something or someone exploding anyway.
What now?
At first, I was happy no violence broke out. Then I was a little disappointed. Then I considered the probability that I might have been caught in the crossfire. I'm back to being happy now.
What now?
An amusing way to pass an afternoon, but I'd take a good explosion over this sunny day. At least an explosion is unpredictable. Let's actually count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Hang on. I lost track somewhere. Let's go along a dividing line here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I don't know who the other two witnesses are supposed to be. Maybe Blimm and G.O.X? Because I said there are 32. Anyway.
Can you be helped?
In retrospect, maybe okay, that's the same dialogue there. There were a few juicy parts, but I'm afraid I'll have to embellish a bit if I want a bestseller. Let's see, it was a dark and stormy night. Hello, Vix.
Why are you bothering me?
With Zinn exiled, that's one fewer competitor to worry about. Is it over?
Trouble.
That was quick.
Here comes trouble.
An amusing way to pass an afternoon, but I'd take a good explosion over the sunny day. At least an explosion's unpredictable. Saw that one already. Hello, Leon. A deft maneuver. Zinn loses cool on the case. Bravo, Den and Crane. It is strange being away from Cantha. Where are all the buildings? It's unnatural. I like that this line, this dialogue actually, just because it it captures a mindset of somebody who's spent their entire life inside Keiran City, where everything's a city, and so being out in the wilderness feels very strange and like an unnatural environment to him. And I really kind of it's a simple line. It's kind of a throwaway line. But it does a really good job of, deftly delivering not exact, a sort of world-building adjacent thing. Where it's it's not exactly direct world-building. But it's doing the sort of thing where it's oh, this is discussing a perspective from somebody who's in an area. They do see the world differently. So coming from Keiran City does mean that they do see the world differently, and I think that's kind of a neat little touch. I feel like this monitor may have been slowly rotated a bit. Yeah, same line there though. Colleen Redstone. Well, this turned out to be a very profitable trip for me. I wonder how it has turned out to be a profitable trip for you, Colleen. Brother Mizar says, I'm not sure exactly what has happened. I think it's time for us to leave, though. Oh, Brother Theophilus? It is said that fiction, insofar as it serves a greater purpose, may be seen as lies that reveal the truth. I suspect that is what we witness here today. I'm not sure this banishment is such a good idea. Will that troublemaker just end up in Kryta now? Turns out the answer is yes. But we'll get on to that later. Hello, Prince Baka the Magnificent. These little creatures have a flair for the dramatic, do they not? I think I must find one among them to design sets for the theatre in Makun, and perhaps to write some soliloquies. Only that Zinn were not so dangerous. I might offer him an invitation. No sudden movements while you're near the prince. Keep your hands where I can see them. These guys have anything different to say?
Most curious.
I'm busy.
What now?
Doesn't look like it.
Can you be helped?
Okay, I'm gonna quickly check to see on the wiki if they say anything more about dialogue that any of these folks may have had. That I was unable to see because it, yeah, okay. Where would I see this? Yeah, To Kill a Mockingbird is what To Kill a Mockingbird is a reference to. There's a bunch of stuff here that are references to things. Large Hadron Collider, yeah. Counselor Mintok has some references. Let's see. Perhaps, like, if I click on Alexa, it will... Oh yeah, talent guy. Trial of Zinn before the trial. Ula was right. This trial is going to make great fodder for a new book. And then after the trial, there were a few juicy parts. But I'm afraid I'll have to embellish a bit if I want to bestseller. Oh, the line that we saw, of course. What did Vix say before? Shh, no one tell Ula I'm here. I'm going to best her at Golomancy by stealing her secrets right from underneath that smug nose of hers. Bring me 5 golden moonstones in exchange for it. Okay, that's the standard dialogue. So during the trial of Zinn, before the trial. So, what did Ula offer you for your testimony? Nothing? In that case, you may be the only one here not getting paid. Well, aside from Zinn, of course. That's okay, so that kind of contextualizes things there. Big machine crew member. Before the trial. Nice to take a break from working on the big machine. The tough thing about living on the surface these days is that there aren't all those dwarves and dredge to trick into doing all our manual labor. I see. Machine crew member. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Rex just told me to stand in this area for a few minutes. Is it over? That was quick. Purifier crew member. So these are guys that show up at the resurrection shrines to give you like the bodyguard bounties and things like that. This one says, so much tension and scheming among the geniuses. Hopefully this trial will give them a chance to clear the air. That's a joke. I am part of the Purifier crew. You can laugh. And then there's like, at first I was happy there's no violence, and then I was sad, and then I was happy again, sort of thing. Before the trial for the weapon crew member. And the boss says we get to unleash the large Hydro Collider if things get out of hand. I'm really looking forward to that. Some people were worried when we started this project, but Lumpus promises that the odds we'll accidentally destroy the world are very small. Reference to the Large Hadron Collider, which people were worried about. I know it's been going for quite a few years now at this point, and like most people don't even think about it. But when it's first getting started, people were like, "Oh no, they're going to create a black hole that's going to destroy the planet," and that did not happen, or at least not at this point, anyway. And then in retrospect, it may be for the best that we didn't try to use the Large Hydra Collider. It takes a few days to warm up, and so our arguments rarely last that long without something or someone exploding anyway. Okay, Hasra. Which one's that? Ah, this person at the end here. They hang out in the Temple of the Ages normally. I had never laid my eyes on an Asura before. Curious that such small creatures can cause such big problems. And then the concern. I'm not sure banishment is such a good idea. Won't that just end up in Kryta now? Colleen Redstone says, Ula promised me 100 Orion emblems for making this journey. Let's hope she makes good on her promise. Well, this turned out to be a very profitable trip for me. This is a collector for decayed ore emblems. So that's a nice reference. Prince Baka the Magnificent obviously has a lot of dialogue, but during the trial of Zinn, before the trial, I am of two minds, I tell you. Shall I indulge my outrage, still smoldering from the unjust and unprovoked assault on my noble personage? Or shall I glory in the spectacle of this trial? I know, I shall do both. These little creatures do have flair for the dramatic, etc. Before the trial, Leanne says, during deactivating Pox, apparently she says, no M5 ever killed is worth remembering. During the trial of Zinn, Gold and Platinum to gild Ula's argument. All join against Zinn. A deft maneuver. Zinn loses cool and the case. Bravo, Den and Crane. I like that she's using haiku form there. I think that's kind of neat. Brother Mizar, before the trial, says, I am here to speak the truth. No more, no less. And then he's confused afterwards. Brother Theophilus, before the trial, says, what a curious people these Asura are. Every day I see that the world contains greater mysteries than I had ever imagined. My intellect is humbled, as it should be. Trust and faith, not knowledge. And then he has a line about it. It said that fiction, insofar, serves a greater purpose, may be seen as a revealer of the truth. Great Brotherhood Knights, do they have different dialogue before? I'm curious to see, actually. Before and after is the same dialogue, yeah. The Vabian bodyguards will probably have the same. Yeah. Okay. Again, I don't know how you're supposed to like read all of that dialogue before everything goes on there. Let's see what Shark has to say. Nothing. Okay. So yeah, now at this point we've finished the trial. We can just leave. But this is an important step in Guild Wars Beyond, believe it or not, the trial of Zinn. Now, something else that I should add, actually, while I'm thinking about it with Guild Wars Beyond content, unlike the campaigns and the expansion, so the Prophecies, Factions, Nightfall, and Eye of the North, Guild Wars Beyond content was released in stages. So we would get little pieces here and there, and they kind of added up to a bigger whole. They later went back, particularly with War and Kryta, which was very disjointedly added. They went back and added an overarching quest that we'll be picking up a bit to help guide you through the whole process. But they very intentionally were kind of like releasing it as they were kind of building it. And that kind of gives it a little bit of a different flow. Winds of Change was a little bit more organized, as was Hearts of the North. But particularly War and Kryta, very chaotically presented in terms of the actual release, where they're adding little bits here and there. So they'd like add, I think this trial was added as part of it, but they'd add like a bit here, and then they would add another thing that was happening, and so people would go out into the world and explore like, oh, what's happening now, and then what's happening now, and what's happening now. So there's different like stages of release. Useful bit of context. The next part here is going to involve a lot more reading as well, a lot more running back and forth. And actually require us to come up here into the good old Eye of the North. Need to step outside, but briefly. Let's grab... Oh, Norgu's max level now. Excellent. Go ahead and drop him then. So I'm not going to bring Gwen with me very intentionally. There's a bunch of quests here that require you to not have her. So I'm going to do that. There we go. That's some sort of team, right? So I'm going to leave Master of Whispers on Bip. Orin's using a hammer. Nakula and Jin's using her bow. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm just looking amongst my heroes to see if there's skills that I particularly would want to bring. Let's see. Okay, Margaret's who I gave Blood Rush. I'm gonna leave Bip on him, but I think it would make sense for me to. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and give him a little bit of protection prayers and mend condition as well, just to give a little bit more additional condition removal. And then I'm gonna give him barbs, and he doesn't really need faint-heartedness, does he? The area effect of Shadow of Fear is probably better. All right. Daedalon is doing some good interrupting and ineptitude stuff. That seems fine as well. All right, so this next part tends to have a lot of running back and forth. So the quest that I'm about to do here was originally released in Holiday and then was later integrated more fully in to Guild Wars Beyond content. So Lieutenant Thackery, or Lieutenant, depending upon where you are, says, after being away from the Eye of the North for so long, it feels good to be home. Things are, for the most part, as we left them. One thing troubles me, though. Gwen secludes herself inside the Hall of Monuments, continually staring into the scrying pool as if waiting for some response from beyond. It would mean a lot to me if you could spare a moment to check on her and make sure she's doing all right. All that time spent alone isn't healthy. So, at this point, just to kind of recontextualize things a bit, Lieutenant Thackery here will show up after we finish rescuing Captain Lingmar. The idea here is Thackeray's unit was away on assignment and gets back. So after being away from the Eye of the North for so long, he's talking about being on an extended away mission, basically an extended excursion, with his crew. I think the Ebon Falcons. They'll say for sure later. But he was away. He's come back, and is concerned about how Gwen is doing. And so we always have time for a friend in need. And now, like I said, I think this was originally a Winter's Day quest, which is the holiday that kind of is during like Christmas through like New Year's Eve sort of thing. And so I think he originally showed up with this quest for that, and it kind of slowly got expanded into a longer thing. So just keep in mind that what we're about to experience is something that like took some time to play out originally as presented. I'm going to fast travel back to the Eye of the North instead of run up to it. It's slightly quicker, but also this puts me in the middle, which means I don't have to run as far. If I walked through the door, I'd be put in next to the Icecliff Chasm portal, zone transition, whereas if I fast travel to it, I'm more likely to end up kind of in the middle, which saves me some time walking to the Hall of Monuments as well. So, I'm actually High General Morgan. It's not super relevant just yet. Yeah, so we can come down here and... Actually, I could put some armors and resilience. Do I have to have them on my person? Yeah. I could actually... I can't put... Oh, no, I don't have... Never mind. None of those are complete.
Hello, Gwen.
How can I help?
All of us have suffered in our own way. A good deed. Did you want something, Rex Templaris? I was kind of hoping to be alone for a while. Some part of me knows that I should be with the other members of the Vanguard celebrating our victories over the Char. So during Winter's Day, right? Celebrating their victories. But somehow all that we've won only serves to remind me of everything that I've lost. That's sad, isn't it? That I feel that way. Maybe it doesn't make any sense, but that's how it is. And that's why I need to be by myself right now. I don't want to be a burden to everyone else. So she's basically saying, like, hey, yeah, it's the holidays, and I know I should be out celebrating, but I'm just kind of feeling, like, in a really bummer mood, and I don't want to, like, rain on anybody else's parade. So I just want to, like, keep in mind, like, this happened during holidays, right? So that's just what's going on with her. So then we need to go back to talk to Lieutenant Thackery out in the Icecliff Chasms. I should probably process some of this stuff. I'll see about potentially using these automaton tonics. I tend to not, but... Oh, good. 2 iron ingots from that runic hammer. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Lieutenant Thackery. I did as you asked, and I spoke with Gwen. Lieutenant Thackery, leader of the Ebon Falcons, at your service. The Falcons are one of the advanced scout groups for the Vanguard. We were deep behind enemy lines when let me try that line again. We were deep behind enemy lines when we received word of the attack on Captain Langmar's unit. We returned immediately, but it seems we were too late. It was a blessing that you came to their aid, and for that we owe you a debt of gratitude. Allow us to shoulder the responsibility now. My unit will be stationed here for the time being. You can leave the Vanguard to us. So yeah, he's basically explaining, like, there were a unit that were off, and then they heard that Langmar's unit was captured, and then they tried to make it back, but we rescued them before they managed to get back, so they show up. Nowadays, because of the importance of this quest chain for Guild Wars Beyond, he shows up year-round just once you complete the Ebon Vanguard branch, but originally it was just during Winter's Day, as I recall. So actually, if you look inside the quest log, this is classified as a festival event quest. A good deed. I see. I understand how she feels. We need to make her understand that she's not alone, that the Ebon Vanguard is her family as well. I have an idea, but it will take some work and a special kind of gift. If you're up to it, take the sketch of Gwen's emblem to Valgar Tempest Crafter. He's a Norn artisan who recently returned to Olafstead. He'll help you if you tell him I sent you. We've worked together in the past. Okay, so now we need to go speak with Valgar Tempest Crafter, the Norn metallurgist. And as he says, he's in Olafstead, so we will head over to Olafstead. I'm going to go ahead and swap over to this guy. There's actually an argument as well for... I mean, finish him is great, but instead of finish him, I can bring the Battle Standard of Wisdom. Speed up our recasting abilities. Creating a piece of armor is nothing. Crafting something that will stand against time and combat is true mastery. A good deed. You are a friend of the brave one called Thackery. That one lived among us for a time. He has a Norn's courage and cunning, even if he has human blood. I am Valgar, shaper of fire magic and steel. I see Thackery requires one of my magical pendants and wishes this emblem on it. The metal crafting won't take long. However, to truly fulfill Thackeray's request, you must take the pendant into Varajar Fells, where the shaman Leftsea Spirit Chaser communes with the land of the dead. He will imbue it with the power of spirits drawn to this symbol. I warn you, human, this task should not be taken lightly. Okay, so a couple of things. When you take this Family Crest pendant to Leftsea Spirit Chaser in Varajar Fells, now this pendant is a purely quest contrivance. It's not actually an object in your inventory, thank goodness. But we also cannot take Gwen with us, which is why I have not brought her. Given that a lot of people like to run Mesmerway teams, this quest might be a little annoying, because Gwen, of course, is one of those Mesmers that people like to bring with them. And you can't for this, but anyway. I'm going to drop these things off and clear out my inventory. And then go set out. I should also... Hang on.
Who goes there?
Switch over to my Norn title track. There we go. That nice 10 platinum from Completing that. Those who don't know, I accidentally brought up the help menu, which gives you a bunch of links to the wiki. Don't know why it still says beta. It's certainly not. Okay, where's my Norn title track? I'm so close. I should really just transfer a little bit more. Daring Delver. That's nice. Looking for Slayer of Giants. Doing all the dungeons gets you a lot of faction, incidentally. Yeah, because General Morgan's still around. I'm leaving this area, like General Morgan's panel, closed. So that way I can see dialogue when it shows up down here. Hello, Ogana.
What is your business?
Actually, while I'm here, I'm going to switch back over to my Hydromancer armor. A lot of enemies out here. Ice imps deal cold damage. Middle of my tier. So yeah, we need to go to this area. This area is well known, like easy access to the spirit world type place. Fortunately, actually, I have quite a few physical attackers, which will make fighting these ice imps a little bit easier. No, I'm not surprised Master Whisperers kicked the bucket there. Bippers tend to die pretty easily, unfortunately. Probably do some bar tweaks to him at some point. Spirit should help with some of that, but only goes so far. Let's reapply my enchantments. Yeah. It's not good to have a bunch of ITR attackers at the same time. There's an ice imp over there. I really do want to make sure I'm taking care of these ice imps. They are real nasty. My energy is terrible. Weirdly enough, this is actually probably a bar that really wants Glyph of Lesser Energy or Glowing Gaze, more likely. Let's drop that. Rigid armor is really nice for combating fire. It makes the Great Destroyer fight a lot easier if you're using it. Hello, Fayev. Bornir? I don't know if
Are you lost?
be pronounced as a W or a V. There's a lot of stuff where it's like, ah, yes, this character is pronounced slightly differently in these other languages. Which reminds me of recently discovering that in the traditional, was it Scottish? I might be wrong on that. Name Mengus, which looks like Menzies. The Z was chosen because I guess in cursive it looks very similar to a letter that doesn't exist in English. That is pronounced more like a G. It was like Mingus or something like that. I bring that up in part because it's an interesting little piece of like random trivia, and in part because the half-brother Balthazar in this game uses that name. And usually I've always heard it pronounced Menzies, but maybe it's actually supposed to be Mingus. Here we are. I know not the answer. Shock Phantoms are weak to cold, I believe. So if we had a winter going on, I'd be doing a bit more damage. Sure, I'll take your Earth Wand. Run away with it. Here's Left Sea Spirit Chaser. Life is not about a moment in time. Rather, it is a constant stream of action and emotion. The signs are there for those willing to open their eyes. A good deed. There have been echoes in the other world, and an echo of your footsteps. You walk the path of destiny tonight, human. I'll perform the ritual of spirit finding for you, but you will need to protect me while I commune with the dead. The gates to the spirit realm are weak this time of year, so be wary. There's no telling what might come through while I hold open the door. Hear me, Raven, we beseech you, O spirit of trickery and cunning. It says. So yeah, we're going to be attacked by a bunch of, like, random creatures from the underworld now. I think I got a quick recharge. Nope. Nope. Don't need to run all the way. We're going to have some Viteers attack us, some creatures from the underworld attack us. Again, remember, this was specifically a seasonal event. So his dialogue reflects that fact. That's why this time of year is significant and all that. Send us an emissary from the lands of the dead. Smite crawlers, of course, are from the underworld. I remember them appearing in such hits as that time I did the underworld with Fear. That was a good time. These guys might be able to drop back out. I have no idea. I mean, they can in the underworld. But I have no idea if they can here or not. The Stalking Knight probably should go down. I like what they're doing here, though, using enemies from the underworld. Really emphasizes the idea that, oh, barriers are being breached and such. It would have been nice if they had gone back at some point with some of those. Alright. Lefty continues saying, imbue this penance with a spirit to protect its bearer. Or with your spirit to protect its bearer. Excuse me. But yeah, it would have been nice at some point, because of course the Underworld and the Fissure of Woe were made during Guild Wars Prophecies, and it would have been kind of nice if they had gone back to add to them, like, bars using skills from all the campaigns. I don't think they ever did. It would have been neat. Now I've tortured spirits. Encourage them to get out of here with my damage over time spells. Earned Hunt rank 2. Fantastic. And now, at last, we have Sarah here. Welcome, spirit, back to the mortal realm. What connection do you have with the sigil on this pendant? This design was for my daughter. I embroidered it on her clothes when she was a child. I can feel that she has been much saddened through hardship and loneliness, and I weep for her. I give a piece of my heart to ensure her happiness and give her strength. Tell her that I have never forgotten her, that I will always love her. It is done. The spirits have spoken. Return with this pendant, now imbued with the spirit of family. I think one of my favorite Easter eggs that they added to this game was the ability to go and, like, if you bring Gwen to the underworld, she and her mother, like, Sarah is there, like, and has been, like, always, like, there. But if you bring Gwen, they added, with the release of Eye of the North, I think, dialogue between Sarah and Gwen, which I think is really cool. And they can talk and catch up and stuff, and I think that's really, really neat. Bunch of wands. Very wandy. Hey, Lieutenant Thackery. How's it going? Lieutenant Thackery, etc., at your service. A good deed. Welcome back. Yes, this pendant will work perfectly. It holds the feeling of true family within the steel now. A love that cannot be severed, even by death. Oh, well done, Rex Templaris. I think, though, perhaps you should present this gift to her. It may make her uncomfortable to receive something so exquisite from someone whom she hardly knows. I mean, you've done some sleuthing. You're a friggin' stalker, Thackery. Knowing her family crest. That seems kind of stalkerish, right? Hello, Gwen. I'm going to actually flag my heroes over there so they're not in the way as much.
How can I help?
All of us have suffered in our own way. A good deed. What is this? For me? A special gift? Wait, this is my family's crest. It is. What gives you the right to do this? Peace, Gwen. There's no need to be upset. Of course there is. The symbol on this pendant. It represents both your past and your future. Your memories will always be with you, but you don't have to be trapped in them. Life must go on, and so can you. Why go to so much trouble? I didn't ask for this. There was no need to ask, Gwen. Everyone deserves a little happiness, even you. A little happiness, but the Ebon Vanguard is your family. We may all have different blood and different backgrounds, but we're all in this together. My family, I don't have a... No, you're right. I guess I do. Thank you, Lieutenant Thackery. Please, call me Keiran. Hehehe. And off he goes. So we're going to see some of the sort of thing a lot momentarily. Hey, Gwen.
How can I help?
I'm sorry I was angry with Rex and Paris. This pendant means so much to me. I can feel love in it, my mother's love, and thank you. Thank you for everything, my friend. I think she's just a little overwhelmed. Okay, let's go see Lieutenant Thackery from Murro. Ward.
And well met.
There's going to be some great dialogue later. Okay, let's go. Talk to the lieutenant. Fight frightening foes for big bounty bonuses. Oh, it's Zaishin bounty bonus week. That's nice. Means you get double Zaishin coin rewards for doing those, but that's not what we're here for at all. We are here. Hey, how's it going? Do Guild Wars Beyond. She seems so much happier now. That meant a lot to her, and to me. Thank you for the part you played in all this. And consider me your friend, and know that I will do everything I can for her, and for you if you need me. Please, take this small token of my gratitude. Okay, and that was kind of that for a while. What was I thinking? I don't even know. These guys didn't level up, so not much to do there. Okay, so now that we have done that, it is time for the dialogue-a-thon. You'll see what I mean. This was something, again, because things rolled out like over time with this, when it first came out, Guild Wars Beyond first came out, what we're about to experience did not feel like this. So what's going to happen for a while now is when we come in here, Lieutenant Thackery will come in, and he and Gwen will have a series of conversations. We can trigger these one after another by going in and out now, but originally this was something that you'd kind of have occur occasionally as you went back and forth. I'm going to go ahead and close these things for now because they're unimportant and obstruct the screen. Somehow I knew I'd find you in here, Gwen. Lieutenant, what do you need? Something's been nagging at me the last few days. I thought if anyone could help, it would be you. Go on. I'm back home in Ascalon. Before this hearing, do you remember Matthew Malone, Mary's little brother? Sure, but I didn't know him very well. Why? We attended Academy together. On Night Watch, Malone would go on and on about Ashford, and I'd tell him about Jaskier before this hearing, or before the char. Is this mere nostalgia, Lieutenant, or do you have a point somewhere? Patience, patience. I'm getting to it. Matthew shared with me the ingredients for a special tea that Murro would give him for hay fever. For the life of me, I can't remember any of it. Hay fever tea, dried red iris petals, nettle extract, dried apples, and ground G.O.X seeds. My mother's recipe. She must have given it to Mary. I knew you'd know. It's a pity the ingredients are so exotic. Oh well. Aw, stuffy nose. I'm sure you'll live. I'm sure I will too, but it's not for me. It's Vickers and Dermott's, always getting hay fever. They're a constant risk to sensitive field operations. Next new moon, we're going on long-range patrol. I want a solution to the sniffles afflicting my poor men. Seems like the tea would do it, but I doubt I'll run into G.O.X anytime soon. Isn't it native to Alona? I don't know. I bet Nicholas would get us some G.O.X seeds. The Traveler? Yes, he's an old friend. I'll ask him next time he passes through. My garden, of course, has plenty of red irises, and there must be dried apples in the garrison pantry. I could have some tea ready by the time you leave. Simple. You would do that for me? Thank you. Well, it's for the troops, after all. Anything for the Vanguard, right? Oh, right. I'll check in with you before patrol. Goodbye, Gwen. Goodbye, Keiran. Greetings, Directional Pars. I was just checking the duty roster with Gwen. Did you need something? So yeah, just to kind of remind people of context, Mary Malone you see in a pre-searing quest where she needs to get a basket of apples back that has been commandeered by some spiders, shall we say, and you have to go get the basket and return it to her. She's right outside Fort Rannoch. But here we also established a couple of other important things. first of all, we get a little bit of more world building of like what were things like before the searing, right? And also, and I think this is interesting. Malone talked about Ashford, right? He's from Ashford. But Lieutenant Thackery is from Deskir. Now, Deskir was at one point the capital. I believe this is where Deskir was. Like Sirmia, the ruins of Sirmia is more down here. Deskir, I think, is up here. I think this is a real kind of interest here. If I have my lore and geography remembered correctly, which I may not. Of course, the Nolani Academy is over here, and this is Rin down here. So, like, these missions can contain different cities in them. I would really, and I've said this before, I'd love a game set before the Char invasions during the Guild Wars, during Adelbern's rise to power, and being able to see some of these areas at that time, I think would be really, really cool. Provided they're a little bit more faithful to the geography than they were at times in Guild Wars 2. But that's a digression. I mean, they did a reasonable job, but they changed so much around as well. So anyway, this is some nice information of Lieutenant Thackery came from Deskir. It's also... Okay, yeah, this would make a certain amount of sense. Mary is like looks to be like a young woman in pre-searing Ascalon. Gwen is a 10-year-old girl at that time. So just keep in mind, Gwen is still very young at this point. By this point, she's probably like if this is occurring like a year, I don't know. I'd have to look at the timeline, but she's probably like, because I think for Eye of the North proper, she's 18 years old, which is pretty young. Let's see, timeline. I'm just checking to see if they have more of a thorough timeline. Wait, this is not how the timeline goes. Let's see, Eye of the North is in 1078. Okay. So, present day during the war. Okay, so 1079. So this stuff is occurring, roughly a year after Eye of the North. So she's like 19, 20 in there. Pre-searing is in 1070. Gwen is 10 at that time. It's established. So she's like, yeah, about 19, 20 years old at this point. Just as a reminder. I don't know exactly how old that makes Thackery in relation, but he's probably in his early 20s as well. Everybody is a little bit underaged for where they should be given their responsibilities, but I think they've had a really hard time and they've had to grow up very fast. When you go through some sort of tragic event like that, you don't really get a childhood. So at this point, what we have to do is... actually, did Gwen have anything more to say? Or is it just her normal? I should speak with her.
How can I help?
Okay, it's just a normal thing. So at this point, remember that in the actual rollout of Guild Wars Beyond, you'd see that, and then you'd have a couple back and forths, and then at some point later, they release the next section of their conversation. But because of where we are on things, it's just here right away right now. No waiting necessary. So I can send those guys off to the side, and here comes Lieutenant Thackery, and he's returning to speak with Gwen.
How can I help?
Hello. Hey, Thackery. Just checking to see if he has any dialogue. He does not. Hi, Gwen. Nice night, isn't it? Hadn't noticed, actually. Look at that sunset. Amazing. Didn't see it. You've been in here for hours, haven't you? Don't you ever feel the need to watch a sunset? Run barefoot in the woods? Swim in a river? No, do you know why? Not a ranger! I like it in here, where it's quiet, calm, rigid, joyless. You're starting to annoy me, sir. Why don't you go run barefoot through the woods and swim in a river, Lieutenant, and leave me in peace? Fine. Why don't you continue standing there? And off he goes.
How can I help?
Twain, spare me from handsome fools. This armor set reminds me of Flaming Scepter Mages quite a bit, except they would be more pink. But this is my Hydromancer armor, so it's blue to reflect water. And what do you know? Another conversation with him. This will eventually reach a conclusion, but it takes a little bit. Come on, Thackery. Don't make me pop General Morgan's incoming to speed you up. Evening, Gwen. Good evening. My squad bartered with Norn and procured a keg of dwarven ale. We're going to have a drink and listen to Casey's terrible singing. Maybe you'd like to join us? I'd prefer to be alone, thank you. I knew you'd say something like that, but I thought I'd try anyway. Thank you, Keiran, honestly. For what? For talking to me, for being nice to me. I know that I'm not always pleasant. Sometimes I wonder why you bother. I don't. It's not a bother at all. Good night, Gwen. Wait for him to make his way. Sometimes she has additional lines. Nice scrying pool. Yep, there's a sigh. Not exactly an additional line, but... Probably good that they automatically bring the party window back up, but I really don't need it. Hi, Gwen. Oh, darn it, Keiran, you startled me. Lost in your thoughts? Yes, I was thinking about Ascalon, my mother. What does it matter? Why are you here? I thought your squad already left for patrol. We're leaving now. I just wanted to say... Yes? I just wanted to say thanks for the hay favorite tea. My men really appreciated it. I appreciated it. Yeah, you don't want people sneezing in the middle of a stealth mission. Well, you're welcome. Was there anything else? No. We're going on a long-range sortie deep into the Delata uplands, so we won't be back for a few weeks. Okay, well, good luck with that. Goodbye, Gwen. They do their good old emote acting. Whispers. May Duena protect you. Yeah, they don't have a really good way of communicating volume. So, this is where it's really helpful to remember that the time between these events literally would have been like several weeks. Because we can just turn around and trigger the next bit of thing here. Here he comes running in. Keiran, Lieutenant Thackery, your patrol was due back days ago. I was concerned. We just got in. The Char ambushed us in the Bjor marches. Bylissa, you're wounded. I killed Dermot, Vickers, Finn. Only 3 of us survived the ambush. Spent the last 2 days injured, hunted by Char trackers. The only thing that kept me alive was the thought that I would see home again. Home, Gwen, not the Eye of the North, not a dream of Ascalon, but the place where you feel safe and loved. Here, with you, I found a home again. Okay, you've clearly sustained a head injury. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Forgive me, I'm tired. I'll get a healer. You need to rest. No, not yet. I have a responsibility to inform the families of the slain. Keiran, I'm sorry for your loss, and for what it's worth, welcome home. He goes running off.
How can I help?
Bye. So yeah, keep in mind that like they have this whole arc of like the hay fever tea and all that sort of stuff, and of course the Delata uplands is over here, Bjorn March is over here. You'd go across these on your way back to the Eye of the North, probably. Although there's an argument, if they had set it up, there could have been a path directly from Icecliff Chasms to Grothmore War Downs, but there's nothing here. I mean, this zone does go over a bit, but this is kind of the bottom extent of that one. So in terms of like how things go in the game, yeah, that's the path you'd take, is cross there and then down here. So apparently the Char ambushed them somewhere in the Bjor marches. But yeah, keep in mind in the original way that this was released, there would have been an actual span of time between those, not just back to back like that. I like that they have the hay fever tea come back as well. But of course, the people he was making it for, Dermot and Vickers, perished in this ambush. So this was a pretty big tragedy. Lieutenant Thackery manages to make it back with a few others of the Ebon Falcons. But a lot of them did not make it. It sounds like about half of their... If it's a 6-person unit, given the names he mentions here, then like it's possible there are more people, but a bunch of them did not survive this. So, but yeah, the hay fever tea coming back is really nice. So she did make it. Nicholas the Traveler, of course, is now in Pre-Searing Ascalon. And he does do some collecting stuff there. So I showed him in the Prophecies lore playthrough, slow playthrough. You can find the VODs for that on my channel. But of course he wanders around. But it got established that he is a friend to Gwen's. Or friend of Gwen. Here's Lieutenant Thackery coming back from presumably recovered after his injuries. Presumably had a period of mourning for Vickers, Dermot, and Finn. Hey Gwen, I want to hear something interesting. I ran into Nicholas the Traveler yesterday and learned that an important date is coming up. Guess what it is? Keiran, I'm not in the mood for games, and what are you doing up and around already? I thought you were injured. I've been cleared for duty, I'll have you know. Now, come on, just guess. The anniversary of the searing, when all that we held dear was turned to ash and rubble? Well, yes, that, but it's also your birthday next week. Oh. We should celebrate. When's the last time you celebrated your birthday? Oh, I used to make a little cake and wear a party hat all the time in the Char slave camps. What fun it was. Never, Keiran. See, this is your problem, Gwen. You don't know how to have fun. You're all duty. There's no balance in it. Well, I'm balanced. I can have fun. I just choose not to. Prove it then. Celebrate your birthday. Find something that doesn't involve slaying Char. Like a walk in the woods or a picnic. A picnic? I'm an officer of the Ebon Vanguard. I don't picnic. Fine, we'll call it an off-duty outdoor meal, unless you're scared. Please. I've faced Char hordes, stood firm against a great fireworm, and have literally seen the sky falling. It's decided then. A picnic it is. I look forward to being proven wrong. See you around, Gwen. Establishing that her birthday was on or near the searing. Was it actually the day of the searing? I don't remember at this point if she had any dialogue about that. Wait, what did I just agree to? A picnic. You agreed to a picnic. I will say I'm not the biggest fan of some of the tropes of really young people doing extraordinary things. That show up a lot in like anime, for example. That's another discussion for another time. Okay, so I think that's the last of the... Yeah, Keiran did not... Yeah, Keiran did not spawn in. That's just... Kimmy's the historian.
How can I help?
Kimmy's the historian, of course, allowing you to... Named for Joe Kimmy's, and allows you to swap the Hall of Monument. And you can also click this Show Me My Legacy button, which I'm not going to do. You can always take one of my characters' name and enter it into hom.guildwars2.com if you want. So, picnics. These are... this is quite the quest. It's a scavenger hunt quest, you see. Hey, how's it going? It's good to see you, Rex Templaris. Perfect timing, in fact. You travel a lot, right? Sure, you could say that. Why? So this skips a bunch of dialogue. We're not going to do that. I need some supplies. I know you aren't necessarily a merchant by trade, but I'm a little short on options being so far north. Did you know that Gwen's birthday is coming up? Oh, is it? She never mentioned it. No, of course not. I found out from Nicholas when I last saw him. Listen, I have a plan, but I need a few items to make my plan work, and I thought perhaps a well-traveled soul such as you may have come across them. Back up a second. A plan? Oh, yes, a plan. A plan! A glorious plan. I'm a little bit excited about it. I noticed. Were you going to tell me about your glorious plan or just giggle like a schoolgirl? Haha, an officer of the Vanguard never giggles, my friend. I'll tell you about my plan, but first you must promise to not tell Gwen. Bad things will happen if this is ruined for her. I swear to you that I will not ruin this for Gwen. Good. Come a little closer so no one hears. I have been cultivating a garden. A garden? Yes, a garden. As you know, I spend most of my time in the field, doing what I can to crush the Char and help Ascalon. Well, for some time now, I have been cultivating a hanging garden on overlook in the mountains. I check in on the garden whenever I'm on my way to or from a mission, and when I'm off duty. This garden has become particularly important to me because I planted it shortly before I met Gwen. As I watch the garden grow, it's as if all my feelings for her have manifested themselves in this beautiful green place nestled on the side of a mountain near our homeland. So, keep in mind, again, all of this stuff played out over a longer period of time than what we're seeing it here. And that kind of compresses things. I mean, it's the same, like, stuff, but it was just, like, delivered more spread out. Which has an impact on things. You, sir, are smitten. So, are you taking her to the garden? Yes! I'm going to finally reveal my hidden sanctuary to its muse. But first, I have to gather the final perfect touches to make this day go just right. I seek something sweet, drinks, an exotic meal, and lots of candles for my picnic with Gwen in the secret garden. Candles. That might be a tricky one. Do you know a candle maker? Sorry, you don't know one. I was hoping you would. Isn't there anywhere you can think of that you have seen candles that you might be able to ask where they originated from? Are you serious? Well, it's a starting point, isn't it? Just think about it and let me know if you find some. At least half a dozen or so. Okay. So, now he tells us, like, back so soon, do you have something to help my plan come to fruition? I'd love a half dozen candles, and I am still accepting offers for sweets, drinks, and an exotic meal. So this is kind of a weird pseudo-quest thing. Yeah, I'm just looking at Keiran Thackery. What do they call this? Okay, yeah, this one probably. You can contribute 3 suitable items in place of the perfect items. In exchange for a single perfect item, a sack of random junk. Either a perfect item or 3 suitable items completes the objective for each item type. So... yeah. Yeah, so a sack of random junk is not particularly important. It contains, like, crafting materials and things. Sometimes some useful stuff, but mostly not. So the easiest way to kind of do this actually will involve me going to Sardalak Sanitarium. We have seen candles. There are candles in this game. They are in Pre-Searing Ascalon. There are votive candles that Necromancer Mune over here used in her... Oh, we have favor right now. Used in a rite to settle the restless dead in the catacombs. If you do not remember this quest by this point in time, perfectly understandable. It was quite some time ago that it would have been a thing that I did. No, I should maybe do something about these wands. Wands often salvage very nicely into iron, so I tend to like to do that. So, I might need to jump to a different character. Nope, I have them right here. So you want a birthday cupcake, a hard apple cider, a drake kebab, and yes, I collect these things because of this quest right here, and I'll need some honeycombs. So if I talk to Necromancer Mune, just say, an adventurous one. What brings you to the dark today? Haven't you used votive candles in your rituals? Why, yes, I have. Haven't you? I mean, I used it in one of your rituals, yes. I don't recall. That's why I'm asking you. Do you remember where you got the candles? Of course I do. I make them. You make them. Could I buy a few? I would make you some for free, but I have no wax. Very few bees around these parts. Bring me 3 honeycombs intact. No nibbles, no bites. I need all the wax intact. Bring me that, and I'll make you a batch of candles. I've got 3 honeycombs. Would you make me some candles? This bee's wax is very fine for making candles. I'd forgotten how calm the dripping makes me feel. So yes, I happen to have all of the scavenger stuff that he needs. Drake kebabs are really annoying to collect. You can craft them in Ilona, in Commodon. In fact, there's a collector there that collects chunks of drake flesh and gives you drake kebabs in return. Farming drake kebab, like chunks of drake flesh, is really obnoxious. Of course, these things are like seasonal drops and things like that. So this can be a little bit of a pain if you don't have the things just lying around. A lot of people have plenty of consumables lying around, but you can also give him 3 like less than perfect things and you'll still like be able to complete it. So as long as you have honeycomb for the candles, you can get around some of this stuff. The wiki has suggestions on imperfect things that you can bring. So, time to go give these to our friend. Again, like, I keep stashes of these things around to speed up this part of this particular quest chain. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Lieutenant Thackery. I have 6 votive candles direct from Necromancer Mune. I made them just for you. Well, she made them just for you. Amazing! From Ascalon? I'm nearly speechless. I think Gwen will really love these. Thank you. And should you get any more, I'll take a few more bunches of 6. I can potentially get additional rewards for it. I don't care. I think I found yours something sweet. Something sweet? I hope it's not too messy. What have you got? A birthday cupcake. A birthday cupcake? Yes! Yes, I think it must be this. What else could be more perfect than a birthday cupcake for her birthday? I have something that passes for food in many parts of the world. Do you want it? What do you mean, passes for food? What is this mystery fare? A Drake kebab. Now that is a meal. Simple, delicious, and appropriate for the setting. Yes, that will do perfectly. And finally, I've got a drink here that I think you'll really enjoy. You haven't been experimenting, have you? I am not a mixed drinks kind of man. We'll have some hard apple cider. Yes! How did you know? That would add just the right touch to the picnic. Gwen loves apples. She tries to hide it, but I've seen her eyes light up when we get in a new bushel. That's it. That's almost everything I need. I'd love a half dozen candles, and am still accepting offers for sweets, drinks, and exotic meal. I think I've got the perfect sweets, drinks, and meal, but I might be interested in looking at some possible alternatives. Almost. So what more could you possibly need? So at this point, I could bring him additional stuff to potentially get more rewards. But I don't really care, so. Almost. What more could you possibly need? The hardest part. I still need to get the girl. So yeah. I could bring him more stuff. Ain't going to. We're not here for, like, those. These can contain some really good stuff, by the way. We'll look at them momentarily. Okay, here comes Lieutenant Thackery. This is a weird sort of non-quest quest. He comes with a rose. You might recognize that from what Daedalon is holding over there. It's a focus item. Happy birthday, Gwen. Are you ready for our picnic? Excuse me, our off-duty outdoor meal? That's today? It is your birthday, my lady, so yes. Look, I got you a ridiculously huge flower. I can't. There are fresh reports of char raids in the Norhart domains. I need to coordinate with Captain Langmar. Gwen, for once, let somebody else carry the burden. It's only one afternoon. The world will not end if you aren't here. Easy for you to say. I'm sorry, Keiran, I can't go with you. Can't or won't. I have my duties. Spare me. You hide your pain behind duty and service. Mind yourself, Lieutenant. You go too far. You think you're the only one who has suffered? The only one who has lost family and friends to the Char? Every time you refuse to live your own life, you let them win. Why can't you see that? I don't need to be lectured by you, of all people. You have no idea what I've been through. The sacrifices I've made. I'm a soldier of Ascalon. I don't have time for your foolish games or your ridiculously huge flower or your stupid, stupid picnic. And I don't have time for you. Maybe I was wrong about you, Gwen. You survived the Char, but I think something in you died a long time ago. And there he goes. Guess they aren't having that picnic after all.
How can I help?
All right. Well, time for a final little bit here. But I think we'll look at that final bit momentarily. Let's get War and Kryta started. So, to start War and Kryta, we want to go to Lion's Arch. There's a little bit of additional dialogue that we'll be wanting to get from them all later, but... Okay, so there's a couple of important things about the War and Kryta. Let's see, let's grab Ogden. Yeah, I don't necessarily want to keep going around, but I would like to get him leveled the rest of the way. Okay, so let's start by seeing what I got from Keiran. I got 10 Glacial Stones. I got an Armor of Salvation. 3 Arctic Summoning Stones, which let me summon a Kveldulf ally. And 15 Destroyer Cores. So as you can see, those can contain some rather rare materials and such. Let's go ahead and drop some of this stuff off. I don't need to be walking around with glacial stones in my pocket. 15 Destroyer Cores is nice for my collection. Let's see, where do I have... It's down here. It is. And some glacial stones can go over in the pile over here. I'll hang on to these Arctic Summoning Stones. Maybe use them in the process of these things here. Should also take a second to go interact with Bernadette. Still showing up. I didn't do much of the Winter's Day stuff this year. I've done it a bunch in the past, but just didn't have much reason to because of that. I think, do they still have... Sometimes the NPCs stick around after the events longer than others, and I don't know if they still have crunch. I'm not gonna like stick long. I just wanted to see if I had so if I get 100 candy cane shards dropped over the course of stuff, then I could turn these in. Yeah, I see. But there maybe isn't the person who would just take these off my hands. Oh well. These are just not worth making, by the way. They're non-max. It's very annoying, in my opinion. In that, it would be really cool to be able to actually effectively use them, but... Because they're like these cool skins, but they just made them not usable. Even the special ones... Oh, so I'm going to drop this off. That they added. Oh yeah, I also don't need this Golem user manual, so let's just get this out of here. This still needs, yeah, Slaver's Exile. I have some better strategies for that, so maybe we'll do that at some point here. Okay, but for now that I've cleared that out, let's go talk to Murro. I should probably change Goran's bar around a little bit to make him a little bit more competent. Mighty Blow's fine. Lion's Comfort's really... It's not super necessary, but it's probably not the worst plan. I'm flushing my flush, though, so he's not disabling his res. I like him having a resurrection option. And I'm going to give him sprint? Yeah, I'm going to give him sprint so I can get a combat more effectively. That's not like the most exciting bar, but it should be fine. Okay, Murro over here will guide us through, will give us a quest to guide us through War and Kryta. Originally, this overarching quest did not exist, and so you kind of like, stuff developed as you went out in the world. So this will kind of guide us through things, which is very helpful. It says, the conflict in Kryta is escalating into civil war. If you are a true ally of Kryta, you will rally to her cause. I'll take care of it. Okay, so War in Kryta will now begin. And we need to find the Shining Blade Camp in Talmark Wilderness. So that's going to be all the way over there. One of the things you're going to find is we go to this area a couple of times, which can be really annoying. Let's grab not Dunkora, Talcora. And General Morgan for the run speed, of course. Now that this has begun, we'll also get some additional things that are happening. I'm going to drop some of this stuff and change my bar around a little bit, though. What do I want to use? That's a good question, Self. What do I want to use? Bring Ebon Vanguard support. Glowing Gaze is nice when I have other things that cost energy. Incendiary Bond is good. Cliff of Immolation probably has really nice synergy with Vanguard Assassin support. I think I'm just going to grab Intensity here. Okay. This will do. I don't really like Reversal of Fortune more than Shield of Absorption. Reversal of Fortune's one of those skills that is very situationally good. What I mean by that is Reversal of Fortune is perfect timing, Exemplars. I've been itching for real action after sitting in tiresome strategy meetings all day. Let me help you out for a bit. You always seem to find trouble so easily. Yeah. So one of the things that we're going to have happen here in Kryta is we're going to get these randomly added allies. This is, I think, was a mechanic that they added because a lot of these maps are 6-person zones. Obviously coming out of... Because it's all about outposts. It's not the instance area. Obviously, coming out of the Temple of Ages, it's an 8-person zone. But if we're leaving from, say, Divinity Coast or Beetleton or the Bergen Hot Springs or Fisherman's Haven or whatever, you could leave from Fisherman's Haven to get to where we need to go. I don't think it's better from here, though. Or if you're leaving it from, like, Lion's Arch or whatever, which you have reason to for various parts of these. You're going to be in a 6-person, coming out of a 6-person map. So you're going to be in a 6-person area, which has some serious downsides in terms of quantity of party. And so they have these random NPCs that'll drop in and help you. And I think that's to just kind of give you that sort of pseudo 7th party member, kind of flesh things out a little bit. So we're going to be seeing a number of different people drop down. I'll try to read their introduction dialogue the first time we encounter them, but it may be difficult to catch. Like Snakebite there was running around quite a bit. Let's see. Acolyte Jin leveled up. That's nice. I'll take that. Yeah. So for the first part of this, there is a lot of running back and forth. Now, the Civil War, of course, is between the Lionguard, basically between the Shining Blade and the White Mantle, as we saw going on from the very beginning of our time in Kryta. You have the White Mantle that have assumed authority because the royal family left, and Sol D'Alessio basically saved all the people. The White Mantle, therefore, saved the people from the threat of the Char, as the royal family abstained in its duties. And thus the White Mantle kind of became the leaders. But the Shining Blade was always kind of fighting back against them because the White Mantle are kind of the illegitimate rulers. Thus, the Shining Blade, that has continued to escalate, especially as the Mersad have been taken down. The White Mantle have lost a lot of leadership. If you remember back in the Prophecies campaign, we took down... Okay, there's Gwen getting... So we'll be able to drop him soon as well. Where was I? Yeah, so the White Mantle, like, we killed Confessor Dorian. Well, we killed Justicar Hablion in Bloodstone Fen. We killed Confessor Dorian in Thunderhead Keep. And then we killed a number of their other... Like, there's 3 more members of their, like, inner council. We need to get all the way down there, by the way. But yeah, there's 3 more members of their inner council that we killed in the lead up to the Ring of Fire mission. It's really easy to forget that, but those are like important members of the White Mantle. Like you're fighting against the White Mantle basically from Bloodstone Fen. So right here you're with the White Mantle, and then you change, and this is investigating. You turn against them at Bloodstone Fen, and then you're fighting against the White Mantle for the rest of Prophecies, effectively. So, just kind of a reminder of the timeline and stuff there. These first Minotaur are gonna try to fight us. It's gonna go poorly for them. So yeah, that's kind of the rough timeline of events. And so their leadership has been taken down. It's gotten, like, there's still a few members left, and we will encounter them. But the Mersat have been devastated. Like, a lot of their power has been broken, which meant that the Shining Blade was able to kind of assert themselves more effectively in the middle of all of this stuff. And with that, we are going to now get the opportunity to kind of see what their position is now that they have had an opportunity to begin really doing stuff. So Salma, at this point, and I just kind of catch people up, Salma has left the Temple of the Aegis in canon. If we went there, obviously, she'd still be there because that's how NPCs work. And we are still a member of the Shining Blade. So, with that in mind, let's go ahead and apply our Shining Blade colors. I should probably make this outfit red in accordance with the Shining Blade uniforms here. There's going to be a lot of potentially optional dialogue and stuff to see here, so... Let's see if these guys say anything. There's no way we can lose the fight with heroes like you around. There is much for the Shining Blade to do before Kryta is once again at peace, but we will find a way. Oh, hiccups.
Welcome, friend.
How long before our enemies find us here? Have we been saved from the pots only to be thrown into the fire? Yeah. So keep in mind, the Shining Blade was basically, like, absolutely crushed when we went. So let's yeah, I should take some time to kind of go over this again. Okay, so the lore is we killed Justicar Hablion, and then the White Mantle began a really aggressive campaign against the Shining Blade, led by the Demagogue, and with information being fed to them by Marcus, who is the traitor in the leadership of the Shining Blade, which, you know, eek. But anyway, we go from Coral Falls. We are trying to take care of the Demagogue's forces into Ventari's refuge. Ventari's like, yeah, I'm not... Keep this out of my house. Like, your conflict is not my conflict. Get out of here. And we make our way to Aurora Glade, where we have to contend with the White Mantle to try to get access to Hendred and Ravi. We do get... And the bonus there is to kill the Demagogue. So you take down the Demagogue, you get to the Hendred and Ravi, but the Hendred and Ravi is short-lived. Marcus sells you out. But not before we get contact with Dynas, a member of the Shining Blade who's infiltrated the White Mantle, who's been put in charge of the Scepter of Ore. So we get the Scepter of Ore from Dynas in the Riverside Province, and make our way to Sanctum K to talk with Vizier Kilbron, who will take the scepter in exchange for helping us in our fight against the White Mantle. However, Marcus, this is where it's fully revealed that Marcus is selling us out. There's some comments about it from Saedra in the Riverside Province mission of like, what news from Marcus? And I was like, what? We knew of no such plan to talk with Marcus. And he's like, he told us he was going to. So that kind of like indicates that. So Marcus sells us out. And so Evennia and Saedra are captured. So basically at the end of Sanctum K, like Evennia has been captured, Saedra has been captured. We flee on a boat with Vizier Kilbron to the Crystal Desert, and then we have this whole interlude over here in the Crystal Desert where we ascend. So that way we can see the Mersat and actually fight them, because once you ascend, you get the Gift of True Sight, which means that things can't hide from you. Ascension is not so we can fight the Mersat, it's that way we get this gift, which is a secondary thing that prevents the Mersat from being able to magically hide from us. That's the point of Ascension, as far as like why it allows us to fight the Mersat. It's kind of like a side effect. That lands us in Drachner's Forge, where we team up with the Eldrummer Dwarves again. We need to find a way to fight the Mersat, but first we free Evennia. Saedra gets killed, but the Shining Blade's not in a great spot at this point because like their leadership like has all been kind of wrecked. So we go from Iron Mines of Muldoon, get infused, all that stuff. This is where we start really seeing success. We kill Marcus at the end of Iron Mines of Muldoon. And then we start taking the fight really back to our enemies. We take, like, we reclaim Thunderhead Keep from the Stone Summit and hold it against the White Mantle assault. The White Mantle and Mersat assault. Then the dwarves help us land here in Emberlight Camp and then get to the Ring of Fire, where we're able to, which actually takes place over here. So we claim this island and then we go and fight our way through the Mersat. And then, you know, the rest of the events of prophecies, which are not, like, at this point, what's happened is we have broken the White Mantle and so decimated their forces that they are now bringing in the Peacekeeper squads, which are basically hired goons. And we, like, Salma has agreed to become queen. The Shining Blade are rallying to her, those that exist. Now, what we saw in Eye of the North is that Livia and Bartholos, the Shining Blade, are trying to find allies, trying to find sources of strength. Livia and Bartholos have been working with Gad and are doing stuff here. Livia and Haida are both members of the Shining Blade, just as a reminder. So I might try to use Haida some and Livia some through the course of this, although Livia has her own things going on. So yeah, that's... so the Shining Blade and the White Mantle conflict kind of continues here. But it's suffice it to say, the Shining Blade has been growing in strength, the White Mantle has been weakening, and the White Mantle is still in a strong position, but they have been losing a lot of like ground and a lot of position. And it's still shaky ground for the Shining Blade. The White Mantle is still powerful, they still have deep pockets, but they're maybe not what they once were, 100%. And so they're kind of supplementing things. The Shining Blade is now set up in Dakudu Village. I wish this area could have been an outpost. I've said that before, but anyway. So here are some more people to talk to. We're going to have some nice chats. These recruits drop down, and it sickens me to hear the White Mantle talk of the old gods. Yeah. Instead of the true gods.
Welcome,
Shadow.
friend.
The key to a successful insurgency is to weaken your enemy and reduce their ability to resist before you deliver the killing blow. Just like a spider and her prey. Isn't that right, Carlotta? That's what we'll be teaching these new recruits. Master Scout Braden says, Your Highness, I have just received reports of additional bandit attacks. Where have they struck? Is there anything we can do to assist the settlements that were attacked? Beetleton was hit last night in the Ascalon settlement in the early morning. We must send soldiers to protect these villagers. We cannot sit idly by while the White Mantle's peacekeepers run rampant through Kryta. So you can see Bartholos and Livia are here now, along with Evennia. Marching Shining Blade troops into these villages would be a grave mistake. The Mantle would simply point to our presence as proof of the villagers' treason and burn their homes to the ground once we left. Evennia speaks the truth. As much as it pains me to avoid battle, We are not ready for a direct confrontation with the Mantle. We must continue to lend aid to the citizens of Kryta, but with discretion. There's so much stuff to talk about here. I do not like watching as my countrymen suffer at the hands of these vermin, but I will do as you advise. Have patience, Bartholos. The time will come when we can step from the shadows to face the Mantle directly. Until then, we must build our strength and strike at our enemies with stealth and audacity. Yes, Your Highness. God's willing that day will come soon, but there must be something more that we can do now to help our people. There is. There's always more that can be done. Have you a suggestion, Livia, or is that statement merely philosophical? We have many allies, yet few do I see here. Send out the call that Kryta is in her hour of need. It is time to find out who is truly our ally in actions, as well as words. Now that is a suggestion, and I agree. It is time, Your Highness. Agreed. Then the question becomes, who do we send, and where do we send them? The dwarves are in no position to give us aid, and Ascalon is still under siege. Not to mention Adalbern's abject hatred of everything Krytan. But there are the Asur to the south, and the Ebon Vanguard in the far north. We have allies among both. Asur and magic, the Ebon Vanguard's tactical skills behind enemy lines are renowned throughout Tyria. Their assistance could tip the scales in our favor. Livia, you have much experience with the Asur. If I remember correctly, you will make for Ratasum with haste. Evennia, you have enjoyed a fruitful relationship with the Ascalonians in the past. Perhaps the Ebon Vanguard will be more receptive to our cause than King Adalbern. The Asur Gate beneath Lion's Arch leads right to the Eye of the North. A boat from Fisherman's Haven should allow me to travel there without attracting the attention of the Mantle. Good luck to you both. May Dwayne protect you on your journey. Quest added to certain allies, Ebon Vanguard allies.
Be careful.
She's going to wander off. We meet again, under dire circumstances and against impossible odds, just as I like it. Good to see you again, Livia. Always in the thick of things, aren't you? But yeah, these guys are going to leave. I'm going to try to talk to everyone here, but...
Be careful.
You could say that, but in this case, it is my love of Kryta that brings me here, and not my need to be in the thick of things. And so Salma has my undying devotion. What do you say, Evennia? These are perilous times. The fate of Kryta hangs upon the decisions we make here in these woods. Before long, the princess will be moving to Lion's Arch to reclaim the throne, and then the endgame will begin. It's quite the gathering you have here. Indeed it is. We meet here to plan the future of Kryta. It's truly an historical occasion. With so many important figures in one place, we are very lucky that the White Mantle seem to have no idea that this camp has been established. All right. So back to talking to individuals. Here we have Shadow and Carlotta. Shadow, of course, being a agent. We'll sometimes see her out in the field. Carlotta being her pet spider, who does not say much. Sorum is here. Says, "Are you eyeballing me, maggot? Oh, sorry, I thought you were one of my new recruits. These young Krytans are brave, but valor isn't enough. They need discipline and skill. That's where I come in. I worry about my mother's welfare. If something happened to me, there'd be no one left to care for her."
You honor me.
Kryta, for Kryta and the Shining Blade. Okay, now we can go talk to more of these figures. Turn these shadow remains into some dust. Master Scout Shelby.
You honor me.
My scout said that you are on your way. Once again, you come to us in our time of need. We're honored to have allies such as you. These Master Scouts, I think, likely prominently showed up, or there's a bunch of characters who would have shown up that you might not like immediately recognize as like collectors or as mission informant NPCs. So I think Shelby might have been like the beginning of Ice Caves of Sorrow, for example. Hello, Braden. Greetings. So, you've come to join us in our final campaign against the White Mantle, eh? Well, the Ascalon settlement is here. This character is an Ascalonian. Recruits here chatting. I think I might try dyeing this kind of a red. Hello, Snakebite. You helped us out a bit earlier. All this talk about plans and maneuvers. I just want to get out into the field already. Heh. That kind of goes with his dialogue about being tired of strategy meetings. Hello, Elder Rabne. Long have the people of Dakutu village been loyal to the Krytan royal family. Gladly we would give shelter to the Shining Blade during this difficult time for the good of Kryta. Of course, Shining Blade flags. Hello, Saphir.
I've heard much of you.
Any word from Loamhurst? My mother and father live up there, and I haven't heard from them in weeks. I'm worried sick. They say the Mantle has been burning farms near Loamhurst. Let's see, where is Loamhurst? Is this Loamhurst? I don't think so. I don't remember. And there's this village here. This village here. This is the Temple of Tolerance. My Krytan geography is not perfect. It's been a while, too. Hello, Gareth. Gareth Quickblade. Many were lost in the jungle, but here we rally in support of Kryta and its rightful ruler. I do really like what they did with this, by the way, of moving the Shining Blade into Kryta and out of the Maguma jungle and kind of advancing stuff. I think that there's a different structure to this game that's a lot slower paced in terms of the story unfolding that would let you really explore stuff. Basically, what I'm saying is I'd like a remake of Guild Wars Prophecies along the lines of, to an extent, the way the FF7 remake was able to go into a lot more detail on stuff. Kind of smooth out some stuff things, too. Counselor Valor says, the White Mantle underestimates the power of a well-organized, highly motivated opposition. They put all their faith in false gods, whereas we make our own destiny. Soon, Princess Salma will travel to Lion's Arch and take the throne, and all Kryta will rally around her. Hello, Deeproot. It is good to see all of our brethren in one place again, though it saddens me greatly to see how many have been lost. I fear a repeat of what happened in the Henge of Denravi, regardless of the quality of the intelligence Bartholos has been receiving from our spies. Of course, the Henge where they were all kind of slaughtered. Hello, Alari. Quest NPC here. It's not smart gathering together like this. We're like a flock of moa hens sitting on our eggs, making so much noise we can't hear the wolf approaching. Obviously, Bartholos and Evennia aren't concerned. Why are you? It is my job to be concerned. I may trust Bartholos and Evennia, but that won't stop me from being concerned. Indeed, having them all together in one place is a bit of a risk. You may also remember Watchman Arad. This is the one who found Salma and identified her and recruited her to become queen, basically. The Lionguard will prove themselves true Krytans and support Princess Salma. You'll see, there are many in Lion's Arch who will side with us when the time comes. Yeah, he's representing the Lionguard division as opposed to the Shining Blade. Hello, Princess Salma. All Krytans long for peace, but we suffer too greatly at the hands of the Unseen One's fanatical devotees. What brings you to this camp? I wish only to protect my people from their oppressors, and let them worship their gods in peace. I may be the royal heir, but I am still only one woman. I cannot defeat the Unseen Ones and their mantle puppets without help from the citizens of Kryta, and from brave people like you. Finally, hello, Bartholos. Well met, friends. Here you see what is left of the Shining Blade, but new recruits are coming in all the time to bolster our numbers. We expect the Lionguard to join the fight as well when the princess travels to Lion's Arch. Aren't you concerned about having so many important people in one place? We have spies embedded deep within the White Mantle, so we know what they know, and they do not know about this camp. I aim to keep it that way. Of course, we just have a random merchant here. I could sell my 3 piles of glowing dust to if I wanted to. Okay, so that's going to cover this first trip. Now, we just got... this quest, I don't think I can turn in until I do the thing. like rezone the map. Vanguard allies, I need to witness the pact between the Shining Blade and the Vanguard in the Icecliff Chasms. This is why I did those things. This required me to complete Zinn's task or the Knowledgeable Asura quest, and then speak with Chark in the Tarnished Coast and witness the events of Zinn's trial. I think it's really useful to understand Zinn's trial if you've done Zinn's task, although you don't actually have to do it all the way. We saw Chark show up when we finished the Asuran path. It's just a little bit of a convenience. I think you originally did have to maybe do Zinn's task. I don't remember. But they've streamlined some of War and Kryta to make it a little bit more manageable and repeat. There's a lot more like going back and forth, and I remember earlier playthroughs where I had to like go in here like a bajillion times. But and then of course you need to do a good deed and assist Keiran with his ill-fated plan to win Gwen's affection. That's the stuff that we just did. So that's how those things fit in. They lead up to these parts of War and Kryta, so they're rather important. For now, I think my best option is actually to go visit... I think I can get around this way. There should be a zone transition near here to the I think, was that Tears of the Fallen. This is Tears of the Fallen, Stingray Strand in Twin Serpent Lakes. We can see more Shining Blade here. Kind of in this area. This will allow me to be able to reload the zone most easily. Oh, Livia's actually traveling down this way. They both are. That actually makes a lot of sense. They probably stopped moving when they got out of compass range and started moving again when I got them back in compass range. This is the path that you take to get down to Fisherman's Haven. They're probably both going to take boats. Because going to Lion's Arch to get the Surging Gates will allow them to both get to Vox's Falls more quickly, as well as the Eye of the North more quickly. To Boreal Station. Now, theoretically, the Asuran Gate to Boreal Station does not work because it was blown up. A little bit of an issue, but there is one under the battlefront, so they should theoretically be able to use that one, I assume. Here I just want to dip into this zone so I can come back here and reload this one. And this should allow me to be able to progress the narrative. Here's our Shining Blade guards. We will, of course, need to come back after witnessing the agreement, but I think I might try dyeing this to kind of match the sort of reddish color that a lot of those Shining Blade have. There's not really like new dialogue here that I'm aware of. So you can see Blimm, Zinn, and G.O.X are now here with Livia. Following the trial. Hey, G.O.X. Doesn't actually have anything to say, it looks like. He's big. He's very big. Back so soon, Livia. I don't see how you could have been to Radasum already, and yet you've brought some prisoners. These three were skulking around in the wilderness. Prisoners? I asked you to form an alliance with the Asura. You asked me to use my expertise with the Asura. An army of these creatures would be nothing but trouble. No, these two are exactly what we need. Talented Golemancers, the famous Zinn and his partner Blimm. Did you say Zinn? Creator of rocks? Livia, this Asura was responsible for an assassination an assassination attempt against the princess. Great, another trial. Come, let's be partners, he said. He didn't mention more trials. Didn't mention anything like that. Quiet. There'll be no trial. You're not here to be punished or judged. You're here to help us. Aha! Your precipitous actions become clear. I am the preeminent Golomancer of this or any time, and Blimm, conversationally challenged though he might be, is quite the savant himself. Who here is authorized to negotiate terms for our services? This isn't a negotiation. The terms are that I let you live. Are you threatening us? It's not a threat. It's reality. You're either our ally or our enemy. There's no middle ground. She takes a very black and white approach to this. Besides, you'll enjoy this project. We need a weapon to defeat the Mersat. The magic they perform is beyond anything humans have even imagined. Intriguing. Possibly worthy of my talents. I may take on this project, but not because of your threats. Because it is interesting. Just so long as you do it. Alari, show our guests to a spot where they can settle in. If they make any sudden moves, kill them. I am not certain I approve of your methods, Livia, but I see the wisdom in this plan. Still, whatever experiments must be carried out, they cannot be here. And Alari goes off with him. I remember what you told me about certain experiments. Should the commotion draw attention, it would lead the mantle right to our main forces. Our main force. No, of course not. That is why you will be a great queen. That is why the people will love you. Leave the dirty work to me. Bartholos, are the people near Shaymore still loyal to our cause? We could establish a laboratory near the old crypts, along those back paths we took when we raided mantle patrols. Yes, good idea. You'd be isolated enough for safety, and the locals could be counted on to keep the White Mantle from finding you. We have many friends there.
Be careful.
Let's see, I'm just checking to see if they say anything new. Doesn't look like it. All right, so that's mostly that part. Ah, she comes in here. Zinn, Blimm, new plan, we're on the move again. We're building you a laboratory where you won't have any distractions. Excellent. The best workshops are away from all the rabble. A genius needs his space. Finally, a place to have a lab. A proper lab of my own. Our own. My own. Man, look how big G.O.X is just looming there in the distance. That thing is freaking tall. Like, I come up to its knee. I think I set this guy to be as tall as possible. Okay, so that's what we need to do for this part. Now, you can do this a little bit more efficiently by combining both of these at the same time, but it makes it easier to follow everything if it's spread it out a little bit. Okay, so the next phase requires us to go back up this way. The part is too large because it's not really. It's just a weird UI bug that happens sometimes. Let's take a quick peek at some die options. See if I can get something I'm happy with here. Drop off this dust. I feel like I would want pink and red. Oh, maybe just red. That makes it really bright. What if I threw in some brown? . 'Cause, 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 'cause Yeah, that lacks oomph. Actually, I think... Yeah, 2 pinks, a brown, and a red is the right color. That's got the right sort of, like, combination of brightness and, like, off-redness, I feel. It's not quite red. It's not... It's a little pinkish, but it's not super pink. It feels like the right zone for it. Hail, Langmar, captain of the Ebon Vanguard. Evennia of the Shining Blade, what brings you to the Eye of the North, so far from your warm, sandy Kryta? I won't waste time beating around the bush. I've come to ask for your help. Get out of here, Ogden. The White Mantle's numbers may have dwindled, but they make up for it with increased brutality, while Princess Salma's support among the people grows ever stronger. But now, the Mantle have taken to hiring thugs from the Outlands and beyond to terrorize us, all done with a flimsy excuse of keeping order and peace. Each day brings new indignity and suffering to my people. Thank you, Sir Bojangles. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. The Shining Blade and Ebon Vanguard have enjoyed a fruitful friendship before. Please, Kryta beseeches you, aid us. Keep in mind that they worked together to stop the destroyers. The Charkeep are hands full, Krytan. You think we'll abandon all that we've bled for and march down to Kryta just to bail you out? The only thing I expect, girl, is that the Vanguard would express gratitude after Kryta took in so many Ascalonian refugees. Gwen has a valid point, Evennia. Ascalon needs the Vanguard here in the Shiver Peaks. However, we have no love for the White Mantle. Would we agree? What is Princess Salma prepared to do for Ascalon? Princess Salma has authorized me to reciprocate your offer. Should Ascalon's troops join us in taking back our country from these tyrants, then Kryta will assist in driving the Char from your lands for good. Kryta needs her allies most at times like this. Very well, I accept on behalf of the Ebon Vanguard, but we're not done. King Adalburn must also approve. Kryta is drowning. She needs your help now, not after months of dithering with Adalburn. You know he distrusts all things Krytan. I was hoping you'd be more reasonable. Ascalon can no longer afford to pick and choose her allies as the Char continue devastating all we hold dear. Remind King Adalburn of our need for allies in the coming conflicts, and he will do the right thing. Please, I implore you, do not force such a delay. Is there no way I could convince you to help us sooner? I could, perhaps, send a single elite Ebon Vanguard unit to train your peasants to fight and conduct critical missions throughout the region, while you garner the king's blessing for a larger force. I am still skeptical, but if that's the nature of your support, so be it. These elites had better be good. If you supply me with rations for the trip, I could leave immediately for Ascalon City and gain audience with King Adalburn. Princess Salma plans to retake control of Lion's Arch within the fortnight. I hope your men can be there by then. More than enough time to prepare, and the travel is instant by the Surrogate. Goodbye, Evennia. And now she exits the narrative. And Squad exited it. Well, that's settled. Now, who's going to assist the Krytans against the White Mantle? A couple different units here. I'll go. Was Lieutenant Thackery? What? Captain, please, I really must insist, but this is a bad idea. The Ebon Falcons will go to Kryta. We can train the Shining Blade recruits on hit-and-run tactics, ambush techniques, tracking, tricks that we've picked up fighting the Char over the years. Captain, surely we need Lieutenant Thackery here in the Shiver Peaks. His unit is the cornerstone of our operation. Are you sure about this, Lieutenant? Absolutely. I wouldn't mind a little, son. Besides, there's nothing to keep me here. It's been quieter lately, and I'm a soldier. I go where the fight is. The fight is here. The Ebon Falcons are needed here. Why not send Westar or Nye's unit? Hello, Sergeant Westar. You are right, Gwen. They are our most successful, and I promised Evennia our elite. We can afford to pull a single company from patrol rotation, even if it is the Ebon Falcons. Captain Lingor, I must protest. If you're not going to trust my judgment on these matters... On the contrary, Gwen, I trust your judgment implicitly, which is why I'm leaving you here in command of the Vanguard while I travel to Kryta with Lieutenant Thackery's men. What? But... I'm the best at training people with no military background, and the Falcons would be far more valuable conducting special operations than training peasants. Also, welcome, Orgwal. Hopefully I pronounced it correctly. Besides, I want Salma to see that I am serious about this alliance. Take good care of my Vanguard while I'm gone, Gwen. You know what to do. And they head off.
Hello, traveler.
Lieutenant Keiran. Yes? Something you want to say to me, Gwen? Remember, no. I didn't think so. Goodbye, Gwen. Captain Lingmar said, I have a powerful respect for anyone that would fight to the death for the good of their country. The Krytan conflict intrigues me. And then she sobs a couple of times here. Now keep in mind, last we saw them, they just had a big fight about having a picnic to celebrate her birthday. So she ain't doing so hot. She runs off. Hello, Deldrimor Scout. How you doing?
Greetings, hero.
This guy shows up when you get the battle ups here. Let's see. It looks like they had some additional dialogue there, so I'm going to look up this interaction just to see. Ebon Vanguard. Actually, I can look up like when. Dialogue. Beyond. Okay, it doesn't look like there's necessarily much here. Okay. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Okay, so now we have seen that, so I need to go see Princess Salma for my reward. So that's gonna take me, I guess, back to the Talmark Wilderness. I think. Of course, Salma is here because, of course, she's here. But we need to make our way back, I think, to the Talmark Wilderness, if I remember correctly. Maybe not. You know what? I'm going to go back to the camp. See if they're there. I think they are. Shadow just dropped by. Carlotta and I thought you could use an extra 12 limbs on your mission. So here we are. Lead on, comrade. Of course, Shadow having 4 limbs, 2 arms, 2 legs, and Carlotta being a spider with 8. Hence the extra 12. I don't know if I need to explain that or not, but hey, being thorough, right? Carlotta is an assassin. So now you know. Spiders are assassins. Mystery solved. Ooh, Siphon strength, in fact. Actually kind of makes sense. I wonder if Carlotta has falling spider. Or black spider. Expert Strike would make a lot of sense. Elementalists can be a lot of fun. Especially if you like to see big numbers. They can make lots of big numbers happen. Relative to this game, of course. Yeah, especially against things that are weak to fire when you're packing a bunch of fire, like these ancient oak hearts. Boy, they do not like getting hit with rod gorts, that's for sure. That's always fun. Yeah, these guys have some armor against fire. That's the one thing about Elementalists, is armor can be a big pain at times to deal with. But that's why we have cracked armor on our Necromancer. I should open these panels back up. Boom indeed. I don't know, it doesn't really matter how we go around this rock. It's in the way and I need to be around it. That's the relevant thing here. It's really nice to have an incoming fallback chain to get back to this outpost. Not outpost, that's the problem. But to get back to this location. If it was an outpost, then I could just fast travel there. Boy, there's a lot of Horse Minotaurs over here. These guys are level 19, too. They're no slouches. In terms of level, I mean, they don't have, like, any skills, so... From that standpoint, they're not super threatening, but... Yeah. This dye looks really similar to their colors. This is maybe a little bit more faded. But it's the right same general tone. Real happy about that. Yeah, part of it is they have a kind of a loose weave pattern going on. Really happy with where it ended up. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it has progressed. That makes sense. So this isn't still like a Shining Blade camp. It's still being occupied. But there's some new NPCs here. There's a Shining Blade Forager that gives us Medal of Honors. It says, modern warfare isn't won solely on the battlefield. You need provisions to keep even an army of 2 mobilized, and we've got a lot more soldiers than that. Some think a Medal of Honor should only be for battlefield achievements, but if you've ever seen your brothers in arms overrun because they were too cold and hungry and worn out, you feel the same call of duty that I have. Bring me enough war supplies, and I'll reward you with a Medal of Honor. There you go. And then we also have the Intelligence Collector. Individual orders tell you little, but when you look at them all together, when you analyze the patterns, you understand the enemy mind. And when you think as your enemy thinks, he is as good as defeated. Bring me any Confessor's orders you find, and I'll supply you with some war supplies. War supplies can be traded to Shining Blade for other items, or double-clicked to gain 5 armor and a health regeneration for 5 minutes. And here we have Elder Abney is now giving royal gifts. Princess Salma entrusted me with royal gifts to distribute for donating supplies to our cause. And do you wish to donate and gain the princess's favor? And so we can get royal gifts from this. More supplies here as well. Gullstaff the Light is a great name. You want some more royal skulls for Krytan shoes? Obviously a little bit off. But you can see the White Mantle are still formidable foes. Despite the many blows we have dealt them, we must continue to push and push hard. Some of the pacing of stuff was adjusted a little bit. Lara is back here. Did you say anything new? Now that the brass is cleared out?
You honor me.
There are some here who speak of victory with honor. Bah! I ask you, do the White Mantle deserve to be treated with honor? I guess her attitude.
I've heard much of you.
Princess Salma has departed for Lion's Arch. If all goes well, Lion's Arch will become the royal capital once again. If not, Lion's Arch could become her tomb. Let us all pray to the Six that it goes well. My duty is to guard this gate. That's what I intend to do. Okay, that's all that they tell us, which is fine. Hello again, Shadow.
Welcome, friend.
I miss the little princess. She helped brighten the day a bit. I know the Lionguard will take care of her, and we have much to do to prepare for the battles to come. Hello, Storm. These Shining Blade recruits are as ready as they'll ever be. Kryta's future lies in their hands. The White Mantle are the scourge of Tyria. Okay, so the princess and some amount of top brass have left. This is still an outpost being used, of course, but they're not here because they're over here. Is as far as I'm aware, it may have been originally a cut map, but it is now a map that is available to visit. I don't know if it was made... Basically, I'm saying I don't know if it was made new for this or if it was something that had been kind of around and they kind of repurposed it. It may be that it was a part of Lion's Arch that just kind of got cut off. That the player was originally intended to be able to visit and then wasn't able to. But we have a Lion's Arch Keep Gate Guard here. You can see there's a bunch of stair steps behind it. We talk to this guy. He'll say, "Greetings, adventurer. Princess Salma has returned to the keep. You and your allies may enter." So, Princess Salma has left. And I think this was done a little bit slower, more organically in terms of pacing for the actual, original release. Because, again, the original release, doled things out and went a little bit more slowly. And then they kind of, streamlined stuff a bit for this, just like they did with A Good Deed leading up to the fight between Gwen and Keiran and all that. But she's left here and is now in Lion's Arch. Presumably she took a boat from Fisherman's Haven, but in kind of the top brass. Are now here. The Lionguard have welcomed them in. This is creating some conflict, obviously. Please allow my party access to the keep. And the keep is open to all who have helped return Princess Salma to the throne. Are you ready to go? Yes, I would like to enter the Lion's Arch keep now. I feel like there may have been something more going on in the original release to kind of play this moment up a little bit more, but here we are. So we're now in the keep. Here, this guy will take us back out. There's a bunch of stuff in here. You'll notice, by the way, that Captain Lingmar and Lieutenant Thackery are here. Captain Lingmar and Lieutenant Thackery, at your service. Welcome to Kryta, dear friends. We are overjoyed with the Ebon Vanguard's assistance. Was it just the two of you, then? My unit waits outside, eager to find the action. Ascalon sends a single unit and calls out aid. Where's Evennia? Obviously, she failed to clarify Kryta's needs, Your Highness. Ascalon has sent no one yet. As I told Evennia, it is not the Ebon Vanguard's place to formalize such an alliance. She now travels to Ascalon to seek audience with King Adalbern. He decides where to send Ascalon's troops. And yet, here you are, Captain. Aren't you and your men Ascalon's troops? Correct, Highness. We are on leave. In conflicts such as these, speed is paramount. We are here as consultants to give Ascalon enough time to carefully consider her involvement. I have faith that Evennia's strong persuasive skills and the promise of support in our war against the Char will sway King Adalbern's mind in Kryta's favor. Until Ascalon joins you in full force, you have our knowledge at your disposal. I see. Then we accept your counsel for now, but hope King Adalbern doesn't take too long to commit into alliance. Kryta will need more than this to win the war against her oppressors. I share the sentiment, Highness. I'd hate to place my faith in error. Just being here is a risk. I understand completely, Captain. Kryta thanks you for any assistance you might give her. Man, the emotes are so dramatic that they read from a distance. Like, from back here. Just checking to see if these guys say anything.
Well met.
She says well met. Hello, Princess Salma. All Krytans long for peace, but we suffer too greatly at the hands of the Unseen One's fanatical devotees, the Surin allies. The Sera may be difficult to work with, but their aid will be invaluable during the coming battles. Ascalon has long been wary of Kryta. With the help of the Ebon Vanguard, perhaps we can not only defeat the White Mantle, but also quell the distrust between our two nations. Hopefully so. Okay, so now we are here in the keep. So there's a bunch of different stuff to talk about here. You can see some dudes wandering about. Yeah, and then Cauldron's on the other side of that and all that good stuff. The Lionguard have been very hospitable. I feel this is the beginning of a long-lasting alliance between the Shining Blade and the Vanguard. Here's Zadok. He will give royal gifts now as well. Our Lady has authorized a special royal gift for supplying Ebon Blade soldiers. Though I couldn't tell you what's inside. I would if I could, but every gift is different. Or at least a lot of different things might be inside. Some rarer than others, some more common. Oh goodness, listen to me ramble. This is why they don't let me scout anymore. They think I don't know that, but I do. Zadok, stop talking while you were sneaking up on the enemy. Zadok, I don't care about your new sandals. Well, I think a little conversation is good for bonding. And bonding is good for morale. These gifts, too, good for morale, I think. Oh, right, were you interested in one? I forget. So we can do the trade-ins here, of course. Hello, Shining Blade Guard. You can sure see into the distance from up here. Not that it will help when we're fighting invisible foes. Yes, because remember, not everybody is ascended. Not everybody has a gift of true sight, enabling them to be able to see through the Mersat's veil of invisibility. Hello, Magi Malaquire. Among mortals, I am known as Magi Malaquire. Today, I am but a humble servant of Princess Salma. T. He's such an interesting figure. I want to know more about Magi Malaquire. Shining Blade are amazing at guerrilla warfare. I only hope they are as skilled at direct combat should the Mantle attack us here. Hello, Counselor Valor. Well met, hero. I am Counselor Valor. I am sworn to bring down the White Mantle, as well as those who hide behind them and pull their strings. What brings you here? And Watchman Arad is here again. I have devoted my life to Kryta and the throne. If I must die so that Salma may be queen, so be it. I will stay here by her side until the end. Yeah, she doesn't have anything new to say. The Lionguard barracks may not seem like much, but compared to a damp tent, it feels like a palace. I bet. Hello, Brayden. So we saw him earlier, but he's here now, collecting the Confessor's orders. Now that I'm out of the field, I work tirelessly to piece together information so we can respond to enemy movements. Every little detail is important, regardless of how insignificant it seems. I wish to know it all. Bring me any Confessor's orders you manage to collect, and I'll supply you as best I can. So there's a bit of a trade chain here where you can get Confessor's orders as random drops, and then trade them in for war supplies, and then trade war supplies in for other things, or make use of it yourself if you wish. Let me tell you, the day we got those White Mantle thugs to pack their bags and leave Lion's Arch was the greatest day of my life. You don't even want to know what I did with the banners they left behind. Use the mystical toilet paper? I don't know. Let's see, is that... This looks like very similar dialogue to what we saw previously. Yeah, modern warfare isn't won solely on the battlefield. This is a Shining Blade Forager. You need provisions to keep even an army of 2 mobilized, and we've got a lot more soldiers than that. Some think a Medal of Honor should only be for battlefield achievements. But if you have ever seen your brothers in arms overrun because they were too cold and hungry and worn out, you feel the same call of duty that I have. Bring me enough war supplies and I'll reward you with a Medal of Honor. So you can either trade them for Medals of Honor or for the royal gifts. There's some more, like, people just kind of wandering around. I don't know that there's a lot more I need to say. Yeah, it looks likely that there's not. There are some random Krytans over here by this resurrection shrine-shaped thing. My faith lies with the 6 true gods, and with the rightful ruler of Kryta. May the gods watch over you during these trying times. I'm pleased to see so many brave soldiers here on Lion's Arch protecting us. I only hope my skills as a healer won't be necessary. There's already been enough blood shed in Kryta. I came to show my support for Princess Salma. With 6 gods on her side, nothing can stop her ascension to the throne. Yeah, these are just like... yeah, same sort of cycling things. Okay, so our primary objective right now, this is something that they added at this point, are bounties. These are very similar to Zaishin quests in that there's like a new one each day and it cycles through. There are... the Inquisitors right here are further leaders of the White Mantle that we have to take down. This is the daily one, the Justicar Moron. So right now, we need to take out Lashana, Bauer, and Lovisa. Originally, of course, these were probably part of the cycle. I'm not quite sure how it was all set up, but there was getting a couple of these is kind of the flavor. And at this point in the original release, if I remember correctly, it's been a while. Years. It would kind of like cycle between guys, and you'd kind of like, oh, this is the next phase, is doing these wanteds. So Inquisitor Lashana is wanted for crimes against the Krytan people and the flagrant abuse of his authority. Lashana was last seen in North Kryta province. Eliminate this menace and claim your bounty from Queen Salma. I'll do what I can to help restore order to Kryta. Inquisitor Lovisa. Inquisitor Lovisa has absconded with children from Krytan farms and villages. Allies of Kryta can claim a royal bounty by slaying Lovisa in Watchtower Coast and rescuing the children before she can warp their impressionable minds and indoctrinate them in the ways of the Unseen Ones. And, of course, Inquisitor Bauer. The White Mantle's most effective and feared interrogator, Inquisitor Bauer has tortured countless innocent Krytans in his urgent yet never-ending quest to uncover plots against the government. Currently, Bauer is practicing his interrogation techniques on Murgoyles and passers-by in Scoundrel's Rise. Put an end to this relentless fiend and receive the royal bounty and gratitude of Krytans everywhere. And you can only have 3 bounties at a time, just like a Zaishin quest. So, that is the next phase of things. Which one do I want to do first? Bauer is pretty straightforward. Just up here. And I will do this momentarily. I do need to take a quick break. So I will be back to figure out my party and go take out these wanteds. So I'll be back with you momentarily. Let's get a dance party going. So be right back. Hello, I returned, and I like this song. Okay, so a couple of things. Go ahead and reconstruct my party. I want to bring Livia and Haida because they are members of the Shining Blade. It feels appropriate to me. Ogden's kind of set up for more generic monking, so I'm going to bring him. You do want to be careful. I'm going to bring General Morgan as well for the run fast. You do want to be careful here of a couple of things. They do have skill bars that were kind of designed to try to counter a lot of the things that were popular at the time. So I think they probably have stuff that's good against minions and spirits and such. So just be a little leery of that. Haida has some sort of bar going on. Ain't what she's going to be doing. I see Livia set up as kind of a defensive support bipper. That's not bad. I think I'm just going to grab Daedalon again to help out. Of course, I'm fine with what I'm doing for now. Well of Blood. Yeah, that's good. Enfeebling Blood is useful. I think... do I want protection prayers from her? It's not a bad idea, actually, to have some protection prayers on her. What I'm thinking here is I'm going to drop Well of Blood. This is a nice set of things. Yeah, I think I'm going to drop Well of Blood for Weaken Armor. Enfeebling Blood is useful. I don't know, I like that arrangement a little bit better. Enfeebling Blood is quite useful for weakness, making enemies deal less damage. Well of Blood is not really necessary. Okay, I think I'm going to switch him to Mesmer and give him Epidemic. I'm actually pretty okay with this bar. Some good interrupts. Obviously, its damage isn't based on reaction, although I should switch to... Wandering Eye does more damage than Clumsiness and costs less energy, so I'm going to swap to that on him. I'm overall okay with this. Yeah. Okay. What I want to do with... I don't even know what this mess is. What I want to do with her is... Oh, she's probably like a couple majors or something. Yeah, that's weird. I want to put a few points in Wilderness Survival. And more in Leadership. Command is fine. I don't know if I'll need to go for the eyes or not. I want Barbed Spear. I want to apply Poison. I don't think there's a whole lot else that I need from Wilderness. I might bring Antidote Signet, though. That's obviously not Wilderness Survival. Yeah, what was I thinking of? There's a lot of different elite options here. I was thinking of Crippling Anthem. But that's not really necessary because Maiming Spear exists. So, you know. It would be cool if instead of Poison Arrow being an elite bow attack, if this was just an elite ranged attack. That would be kind of... Because then you could use it with a wand or something. That could be interesting. Anyway, that's enough rambling on my part. Scavenger's Focus is one of those skills that was a lot cooler before they changed it, but I understand why they did. For those who don't know, Scavenger's Focus used to be a skill, a preparation that made your attacks against enemies that have a condition on them deal a bonus damage. It's really sweet on assassins and stuff. They changed it into an elite skill. That's kind of a... I don't like these forms of energy management. I would rather this be like you gain 3 energy and it's scaled on duration. But here we are. It is what it is. So I have a couple of different options for things that I can do. Let's see. I'm going to give her this. Another copy of Go for the Eyes. Realistically, she should have something to help with her energy. Go for the Eyes by itself is just not that impressive. Maybe I will drop Maiming Spear in favor of Crippling Anthem. Like, this is not exciting, but it's good energy management, so And these are pretty energy intensive. She doesn't really need too much more in the adrenaline category. Probably doesn't need that high of command, frankly, but it's fine. I'll give her Never Give Up. Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, she's blood magic oriented. Cool. Oh, that is not the thing that closes that panel. Okay, enough random kick dancing. I can also summon some golems if I need to. If I want to. One of those 2 words. At some point in time I need to finish that, but that's for a future date. Okay, let's take out these Inquisitors. Herbar, hopefully, I'll need to keep an eye on her, because the AI, I think, got modified. I had a problem with an Apply Poison Ranger not attacking because they had successfully applied poison to everything. But it doesn't look like that's being a problem right now anyway. Interesting. This is something I hadn't thought about. But I could, if I brought Deft Strike, which I don't know why you'd even know what that skill is. Deft Strike is somewhere in here. Yeah, it's the first one. It's just a ranged attack. It uses any weapon. If I brought this, I could actually trigger Crippling Anthem with it. Which I hadn't thought about doing that sort of thing before. Damn it, we're running out of Murgoyles. Inquisitor Bauer is very upset about his lack of supply of Murgoyles. Boss, I'm pretty sure these things ain't ever gonna talk. Shut up. You just make sure our men have secured the perimeter. Ha! So you thought you could mount a rescue operation, did you? Bring them to me alive! So one of the things you're going to start noticing here is that these guys are way more powerful than the White Mantle traditionally have been. Like, way more powerful. And there's the Inquisitor Bauer, the Jade armor. I should make sure I'm wearing an infused armor set. Okay, this is an infused armor set. My Geomancer's is not. My fire is, and this one is. So that's good. So like, this is, I don't know, a weird bar. Critical Eye doesn't pair well with you don't want to use expertise and critical strikes in the same bar, is what I'm saying. Traditionally. Okay, Inquisitor Bauer. That is your real name. There is not enough time! Shout. Very powerful shout. There we go. That's the Inquisitor. It affects everyone, too. 20 seconds, all creatures with near shot move, attack, move, and activate skills 100% faster. Which is one of those skills that you kind of wish you could use all the time because it's great. But you can't, because that's not how monster-only skills work. I don't really need to be sticking around here, but I don't know. Maybe they'll drop something useful. But yeah, so their bars are way more powerful than they used to be. That's kind of the long and short of it. If you take them down in hard mode, so this will reward 20 war supplies for doing it, and an additional 10 if I do it in hard mode. So, Loshana's in North Kryta province. I think menacing the Ascalonian settlement. Let's actually go there from Beetleton. There's a potential for an additional encounter in Beetleton, which I actually saw the other day. In quite annoying fashion. I really like this idea of randomly using Death Strike. You know, I'm going to slot it in instead of Intensity. It's probably a terrible idea, but the idea of activating Crippling Anthem with Death Strike amuses me enough to the point where I have to do it. So here we are. Hey, Courier Falcon. Greetings, Rex Templaris. Fancy meeting you out here. I'd love to stay in chat, but I've got an important delivery to make. I think you can get a reward, actually, if you escort him all the way to wherever the heck zone transition he's going. He's really cool later, but, for now. Aha! Yeah, these guys always love their IOA. You can see why I might want additional defenses. No, this guy. And why having some cripple go around goes a long way towards helping my situation. Because having enemies get snared by cripple is very useful. I figured out what can make Death Strike useful, though. Triggering stuff. Like anthems stuff. Oh. And Carlotta and whatnot thought maybe we could use a little help, which I don't mind at all. Courier Falcon uses brawling skills, by the way. It's part of what's fun about him. Hey, Waruda. Happy New Year. Thanks for dropping by. Happy Winter's Day to everybody, too. I love the skybox on this map. It just has a really, like, dusky, sunset-y feel that's really nice. Well, Carlotta's down for the moment. Okay. But, like, seriously, this priest needs to go down. I don't like necromancers. People who come back from the dead shouldn't have the same value system. Oh, people who come back from the dead don't have... I don't know. I didn't fully follow what she just said. It doesn't matter that much. Soldiers stance A. Ooh, some more Confessor's Orders. They're, I don't know, not an uncommon trophy, not the most common trophy. Somewhere in between. But you can see, like, these White Mantle have significantly upgraded their capabilities. Something else that's really handy, I forget if I mentioned it or not, I was thinking about it on my break, is that the enemies here have, like, sometimes got elites that are really annoying to get, that they've made significantly more convenient to acquire. Pull my people out of this meteor shower. I should really make sure I'm giving the enemy what's for here. So that's something that's really cool that they did. That's quite helpful. By doing that, thankfully it's not been too bad enchantment removal wise. But by doing that, they made it so that way there's some stuff that's way more easily accessed. Aura of the Lich is a really good example. That one I'd much rather capture off of the Worn Kryta boss that has it than have to make my way all the way to... well, that's no fun. It's harming me? Rather than having to make your way all the way to the... Hell's Precipice, hoping the boss spawns in a good location, all that stuff. I'm just following Courier Falcon for the moment. Hey, Juice My Tip. Welcome. Hey, game's still great. And, like, Guild Wars 2 does not play anywhere near the same way, so you can't find, like, an upgraded experience of, like, what this game offers. And heck, people are still playing Ocarina of Time, so. How they add White Mantle mobs as their build and team composition. Yeah, they're really well thought out. Like, they're not, like, most people will agree Griffin Strike is not the most exciting move, but, like, they do interesting stuff, and they're way more competent. And it make, like, I want more Guild Wars 1 content like this sort of stuff where they've, like, made new and interesting builds for the enemies to use that makes, like, figuring out how you're building to deal with them more interesting. Like, I'm deliberately trying to avoid certain stuff that I know, like minions and stuff, that they are often quite strong against. Choking gas. That's a heck of a drug. What is getting me? My energy's being got by something. That knight can go down. You're the culprit. Yeah. FDSs? I have no idea. I don't think FDSs generally, Fire Dragon Swords generally have value. It's not hard to get a feasible one. I assume that's what you're talking about. Expensive stuff is usually from, like, the ends of dungeons and such. What are the... I'm not super up on the market. I know Frog Scepters are supposed to be somewhat valuable. Voltaic Spears... I think Crystalline Swords still have value. I don't know. I don't really look at the player market. Yeah, MM is great. Although I still miss the old days when before the minion cap. That was good times. Ridiculous times, I grant you, but good times. More Confessor's Orders. Worked well enough. Where are you going, Falcon? They definitely have added like enemy mobs with Rada's aura just to counter the power of minion masters. Spirit of Shelter, eh? Can have that going on. You are my targets. White Mantle or Ritualist. I am currently an Elementalist Warrior, although I'm not using the Warrior part right now. I can do some monk stuff if I wanted to. But right now I'm kind of focused on chasing Courier Falcon around. I have thought about using Wary Stance, for example. These Gypsy Ettins have... for the most part, no. Most of my heroes just use bonus stuff. For weapon skins. It's just easier that way. I don't have to worry about... Frankly, the pain it is to get weapon mods for setting heroes up to do what I want. So I'll either use... I typically use bonus stuff. Sometimes I'll use, like... If I do get good drops, sometimes they have some interesting things, but... yeah, when you have to go find Orion Alec, who's run off to looking for the Royalists. I've done a whole set of lore-based playthroughs of Guild Wars 1, so they're on my YouTube channel. Yeah, mods are ridiculously pricey. Some of them are anyway. The thing that I would like most in this game as like a thing added is a weapon mods trader. Or like the ability to buy weapon mods for like copper Zyshan coins. One of those two directions would be very nice. Thank you, Livia. But something to help with the weapon mods would be very, very handy. If you help Courier Falcon make his deliveries, he gives you rewards. So we're looking at what Warren Kryta has to offer. If people are like, oh, I want to go nostalgia mode and remember stuff, you can see this character's actual origins, actually. On my YouTube channel, !YouTube to get a link from Moobot if you want one. Or there's just a link in the panels down below. And I did an entire playthrough of Prophecies, going slowly, looking at the lore and doing some other stuff. So, playing with henchmen. Hey, Courier Falcon. Thank you, Rex Plus. You have the true heart of a courier. It's not much, but take this as my thanks. Hey, I got 500 gold and 3 war supplies. Did I tell you about the time Carlotta curled up on Snakebite's chest while he was sleeping? He'll never forget that morning. For such a tough guy, he sure can scream. It's funny. Types of weapon mods stackable could even help because players might store them to sell. Yeah. Stack singly so hardly anyone bothers. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, it's just way too much of a pain in the rear end. It is really raining outside, which is a shame because, like, that part, like, getting the weapon mods you need is just such a pain in the rear end. And, like, actually trying to sell anything in Commandant is kind of annoying. I know they talked about exploring an auction house and not really being able to add it into the infrastructure, which, like, yeah, I understand that. Sucks, but, you know, I understand where that's coming from. But that, like, I still feel like a trader should be, for an additional thing, should be feasible. They added insignia and everything to guys, so... Heck, maybe they could even add it to weaponsmiths. Add a weapon mods trading tab. But anyway. That's a good question. I went Ellie Warrior because... So my very first character when I started playing Guild Wars was an Elementalist Warrior. So I made this character to kind of celebrate that. That very first character I don't have anymore was named King Templar. So hence his character's name Rex Templaris. Rex being king in meaning. So that is why I made the character an Elementalist Warrior. It is, I admit, a somewhat unconventional choice. But I like the idea of a mage with swords, so... Granted, right now I'm mostly using my 40-40 set, but... Yeah, good old battle mage. Exactly. It worked real well when you still had armor from, Horwyn, I think it is. The better armor smith in Ascalon City, who makes actually reasonable gear. Before you go far enough, and that 30 AL armor no longer is amazing. It's better to do that from the warrior side than the elementalist side. Actually, it's better to do that as a dervish. Let's be real. But wonder how much time they had to spend on putting in different spawn locations for these allies that can pop up. I have a couple settlement guards over here. I think it's this one. If I remember correctly, it's over here. But there's some useful defensive stuff and tactics that you can make use of, or like run speed buffs. Balance stance could potentially be useful. None shall pass could be a lot of fun. Stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that you can go in Guild Wars 1. It's great. I love it. Inquisitor Lashana, in the name of the White Mantle, everyone in the settlement is now under arrest. We've done nothing to deserve this. We have lived in peace with the Krytans for years. This is Captain Greywind. Good old Greywind. Have you forgotten so soon? Your own Justicar Hablion granted us this land. I think it's you who is forgetting. Your countrymen gained his trust through lies and deceit, and were even welcomed as knights of the White Mantle. Accurate. We did... I mean, not through lies and deceit, but we were welcomed as knights of the White Mantle. Only to cut down our dear Hablion in cold blood and murder the benevolent Confessor Dorian and his High Council. I mean, we did do those things. I wouldn't say it's cold blood, though. You Ascalonians have brought your own twisted sense of peace to our land, and I assure you that we will hold you accountable for those villainous actions. Peace. Ha! What a travesty. Commander, place these filthy refugees under arrest. My pleasure. Listen up, you Ascalonian trash. Drop your weapons and come with us. Now. She has really cool armor. I wish we could make armor like that. Your fight is with us. Leave these people in peace. You are all hereby sentenced to die for the crime of high treason. Men, leave no one alive. Remember seeing the main trading city for the first time? That was like so mind-blowing. Lion's Arch? Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that was really exciting the first time you did it. And it's like figuring out how to like recapture that sense, you know? Like there's a level of nostalgia where you're fond for something in the past, and then there's like a level of engaging with nostalgia where you like make an effort to actually like remember what those emotions were like. And that's really cool. It's called Chasing the Dragon. That I'm not familiar with. Topple statue in the desert. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. The thing that actually got me into this game was Althea's stage being knocked over. Not me directly, but a friend of mine from back when I did StarCraft modding saw that and messaged me about it. And that's how I ended up playing Guild Wars 1. I remember being so excited to get Captain Greywind because he sells Meteor Shower. I fear this new leadership has made the White Mantle more devious than ever. Thank you, friend. Again, we find ourselves in your debt. You're welcome, Captain Greywood. He's wielding a crystalline blade right now. Or maybe it's a longsword. There's a weapon called Longsword in Pre-Starring Ascalon that you get as a reward. It has a crystalline skin. So there's the short answer to the quest is I have gotten a level 20 character in Pre-Starring Ascalon. They've added a quest system, Vanguard quests, which are very similar to Zaishin quests, that let you get enemies that are higher level and continue to get experience once you get past like level 13 or 14 or whatever it is. That makes that a lot more reasonable to actually accomplish. So I have done that. That is a separate character, of course, and quite the challenge. Even with those quests, it takes a long time. More because it's just like, yeah, the original method where you had to like death level the char, death level the char, and whatnot. That was cool that it could be done, but my goodness, is that a challenge and a half. Dagon Sharus are quite the name. Oh, interesting. I couldn't manage an honest living with these peacekeeper thugs around, so I turned smuggler. I'm getting ready to take a shipment of supplies to the Shining Blade camp. I've been given these medals to award to anyone who's gathered a lot of war supplies to donate. I'm not sure what good a medal will do you, but it looks nice, and the donations are for a good cause. Okay, so this guy is another, that's cool. I wonder if they added him, or if they just repurposed him. Good times. The people of Beetleton want to help the Shining Blade, but many are afraid. If we knew the White Mantle and their so-called peacekeepers weren't around in force, we'd be willing to help keep the rebels supplied. I see, so we can give them those things. That's cool. I didn't realize... Huh. I kind of want to check another character now to see if they say anything without the War and Kryta going on. The White Mantle protected us from the Char, but even they seem powerless against the undead. Yes, that's just standard dialogue then. Let's drop some stuff off in my bank. Do I have... I do have intelligence. I should actually turn some of this in. Hang on. This is a good idea to make use of this. Drop those summoning stones off. There, some more war supplies to add to my stash of war supplies. What was this again? Wanderer's Major Absorption? Okay, neither of those are worth anything. Zealot's Armor might salvage to... Nope. Tanned Hide. You never know. I can always hope that it'll salvage something useful. There's a merchant around here somewhere. Here we are. G.O.X. Why did I come to Beetleton? Is this the best place to go for the next place I need to go? Good question, Self. A very good question. Highly salvageable, eh? I guess 20 wood planks is reasonably well salvageable. Now I need a new salvage kit. Hey, iron ingots. Excellent. If only that had been a higher level White Mantle drop. It could have been actually a quantity. Okay. Guess it doesn't matter. I need to get up here to this beach, so I might as well leave from Beetleton. You can go from either Beetleton or the other area. Do I really want Healing Breeze on him? Hang on. Healing Breeze is nice from the standpoint of it actually does do a good job of healing. A bit energy intensive, though. I think I'd rather have Healing Seed. Yeah. Yeah, I think I would. I think this is a tease boss right here, Minia the Obscene. Anybody who's looking for that skill. Hey, Alari Doubleblade. Bartholos wants me to support your hunt. I hope killing White Mantle scum is on the agenda. I prefer not to waste time with gurgling territorial creatures. Salma forbids taking White Mantle scalps, so I collect fingers instead. What? Why are you looking at me like you've never made trophies from the corpses of your enemies before? Even heroes do terrible things, depending on your perspective. Oh, nope. This is an E-Surge boss. Never mind. Maybe she has multiple elites. Let me apply these. I think there's something very ironic about these peacekeepers using avatars. Because, like, that clearly shows how mercenary they are. Yeah, they'll invoke the power of Grenth to help people who don't believe in Grenth. Kind of ironic. Don't you think? I think so anyway. Keystone Signet. Here, get assassinated, I guess. Death Pact Signet. Ooh. Death Pact Signet's a risky game. I know, because I've used it and had it turn out very poorly for me. Okay, Peacekeeper Enforcer. There we go. Spirit of Winnowing. I guess we can kill that. It's not a huge deal. Just Spirit of Winnowing. Make things take extra physical damage by a little bit. I love the None Shall Pass Aftershock combo. That's really cool. I'm going after this guy specifically in case they use Death Pact Signet to resurrect him, because I noticed they were using that. Ooh, this guy needs to go down. He has We Shall Return. Death Pact Signet will make an enemy, or will make the person use it die if the person they use it on dies within like 2 minutes. So it's a pretty lengthy duration on that. Lovis is just down here with a bunch of missing children. Blocked, of course, blocked. Hey, more Confessor's Orders. That brings me up to another 3. Even the 2 I currently have in the bank. There's another war supply. This fight can be a little tricky. And that, children, is the story of how Saul D'Alessio drove the Char from Kryta. Yay, Saul! I mean, that's not entirely wrong. I want to be a White Mantle when I grow up like you, Lovissa. Hi, yes. Now we're just going to murder these people in front of all these children. Oh, my darling children, I am sure you'll all make fine White Mantle, as long as you remember what I've taught you. Who remembers today's lesson? I do. Royalists are bad people who tell lies and worship false gods. The White Mantle protect us from them, just like they protected us from the Char. Very good. You'll make a fine Justicar someday. Wow, a Justicar. Just remember, little ones, the unseen ones are always watching you and everything you do. There's a jade cloak here. Lovisa, we've come to rescue these children and return them to their families. Stand down. I have already rescued these children from their ignorance. They now know nothing but love for the unseen ones and for me. We love the unseen ones. We love Lovisa, shout the children. Children, these evil people want to take me away from you. Give me your strength so I can defeat these heathens. So, this is where they use Adoration, heal target ally for 75 health, and give them a 1% morale boost, which is a heck of a skill. I would like that skill. That's for sure. But this can make Lovisa, shall we say, a bit tanky. Let's not stand in that fire, shall we? Oh, also there's this White Mantle priest over here. Maybe I should do something about them. Balanced stance. I'm actually gonna do a quick hot swap of armor. There we go. Yeah, put my Pyromancer set on. Oh, there we go. We took down Lovisa somewhere in there. Yeah, so we just murdered some people in front of some children. It'll be okay. My head feels funny. That Lovisa was a big meanie. Apparently, Lovisa used the power of mesmers or something to brainwash children. How did I get here? I want to go home. Hey, Laurie. My head hurts. I don't like these dumb White Mantle people anymore. How did I get on the beach? Where did my family go? I want to go home. Says that child. And this one says, where am I? I want my mommy and daddy. Yep. Well then, we've taken out the Inquisitor Lovisa. Let's go ahead and return to Princess Salma. This guy's name is Merkin. Real choice there. Real choice. A bit of a hairy decision. Let's go and talk to the princess. Hello, Princess Salma. I come bearing greetings of defeated White Mantle. Thank you, Rex Templaris. Your efforts bring us one step closer to a unified nation. Yeah, same thing on each of these. Now, she has a new quest for us. According to our agents, the vile Mersat, Willem the Demeaning, arrived in Riverside Province and has barricaded himself in the Temple of the Unseen. Boatloads of Mantle forces have arrived in the area over the past few days, which suggests they are planning something. Our men are tired and battered, and the mere sight of the Mantle's unholy false gods frightens our less valorous soldiers to the point of desertion. I need a small force to infiltrate the temple and assassinate Willem before he can lead his forces into battle. We have an operative in Sanctum K named Polina. She can get you into the province and has information on the temple's defenses. And if you undertake this challenge, it will be fraught with danger. Do not accept it lightly. The Mersat are formidable foes, and Willem is sure to be heavily guarded. I'm prepared to do this. Willem's days of terrorizing the Krytan people are numbered. You want me to march into a cult's temple and pick a fight with a god? I mean, we've done that before. With something far more scary than a Mersat, so. Riverside Assassination. Do you have anything here? Just tells you to make for Sanctum K, where Blade Operative Paulina will assist you in infiltrating the Temple of the Unseen in Riverside Province. I'm going to go ahead and grab another wanted quest, because why not, I say. Justicar Moran is an avid collector of magical artifacts and tomes. He has always been known to use his status among the White Mantle to liberate these prized possessions from the citizens of Kryta, but only recently has his greed cost innocent lives. Those unwilling to turn over their magical artifacts to Moran are tried for treason and executed immediately. The artifacts are, naturally, confiscated as evidence by Moran. This murderous thief was last seen in Keswick's Peak, hoping to succeed where Galroth failed, and gain access to the wizard's tower and the riches inside. Queen Salma offers a generous bounty to anyone who can put an end to Justicar Moran. So yeah, these are additional quests that you can take. You can see that they do not reward quite as well as the required ones, but anyway, this is where the stream will end for the day because we've reached the end time for my streams. But I will be continuing this particular playthrough on next Saturday. So the next stream is Path of Exile on Tuesday. Tuesday and Wednesday will be Path of Exile. I'm considering some potential changes after that, but we'll see. I'll discuss those when the time comes. But yes, so Path of Exile will be the next stream on Tuesday. You can see the schedule down below. But this stream and the Guild Wars Beyond lore playthrough will continue in a week. So you can, like I said, follow the channel, get notified when I go live. I also have a Discord, if I can spell Discord, where you can, I also post a notification there if you prefer those. And if you want to watch VODs, I put them up on my YouTube channel. There is notably the lore playthroughs for the campaigns and Eye of the North that are up there as well, if anybody is interested in those and wants to see the history of Rex Templaris and all that good stuff. But I think that's most of it, so thank you all very much for watching, and until next time, everyone, take care, and goodbye. Happy New Year, everyone. Bye-bye.